Thank you. Item number 2 is approval of minutes from the December 1st, 2025 meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? And that is unanimous. Now we go to item number 3, which is public comments. If anybody would like to make a comment to this august body, now would be your time. Seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, award of a design contract for the West Coleman Bike Lanes project. Ms. Harness.
Morning. On November 20th, the town received an SCDOT award concurrence for the design portion of this project. The design work is being procured utilizing the town's on-call engineering program previously approved by the Bids and Purchases Committee. Design services for this project are needed for installing and implementing the state's first bicycle signalized corridor to provide contiguous, connected, and dedicated bike lanes along Coleman Boulevard, beginning at the base of the Arthur Avenel Bridge at the Patriots Point Road intersection and ending in the central business district of the town at the intersection of Vincent Drive, Farigo Street. The project corridor includes 9 existing signalized intersections, which will require modification to include new bicycle traffic signal heads and operational improvements for the additional dedicated bicycle signal phases. The project also includes resurfacing and restripping the corridor between Houston Northcutt and Harbor Gate Drive for the addition of new dedicated bike lane pavement markings to close the existing gap and dedicated bike lanes that currently exist along the corridor. The existing right turn lane from westbound Coleman Boulevard onto Houston Northcutt Boulevard will be widened to provide the necessary roadway width required for the westbound dedicated bike lane. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Trans Systems Corporation to perform the necessary design engineering work for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Trans Systems Corporation in the amount of $221,455.12 to design the West Coleman bike lanes.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. Questions or comments from the committee?
Sure. Mr. Aton is here, I think. Tell us how we navigate this. How does this all work? It's exciting. It's great news. The more we get this connected out, when we did the Shim Creek bike lane, it was wonderful that you said we've got 2 more coming and different things, and it won't be long before we get it all connected. So tell me how this works for us.
Yes, sir. So as was mentioned, in early 2025, the town was awarded $1.25 million in the TA set-aside grant, which has previously been called the TAP grant, or Transportation Alternative Program. And so really where the pinch point has been up to this point in connecting this last section of bike lane on West Coleman has been at the intersection out here at Houston Northcutt, and that's just due to the width of the roadway. So this project aims to design modifications to that intersection to get the proper width, to allow for the bike lane, and then in addition to that, to make the corridor even more safe, install the state's first bicycle corridor, which will have dedicated bicycle signal heads for the Coleman approaches, and when bicycles are detected, they will receive a leading bicycle interval, essentially being able to enter the intersection while all other vehicular approaches have a red signal. So very similar to the lead pedestrian interval that's in place out here already. Again, just making it safer and more convenient for cyclists to utilize the corridor.
So if you're going down the road and it detects you, is the red light in front of you, or is the red light coming in from the side?
If you're a cyclist on Coleman and you approach a red signal that's already red, it will detect you and allow you to go before the vehicles that are next to you continuing through on Coleman. If you approach on a green, you'll just continue through as the vehicles do currently.
So you just watch from the right to make sure someone's not coming in from that direction too. But that's the state's first, so how did this happen?
Yeah, so staff applied in late 2024 when these applications were requested by BCD COG, who runs the state's TA set-aside and TAP program. And we went through a very rigorous review, multiple tier review from their staff and selected reviewers, and were ultimately selected in early 2025 to pursue this. We then engaged with SCDOT, as this is a local public agency requirement for us to run the design and implementation, and that took several months, to the tune of about 8 months or so, and we've received approval for that, and now are coming to you to proceed forward with that design.
Well, the last item is Charleston News, as we all know, is very involved in this, and they applaud Transportation Department your department, as well as others, for being very attuned to bicycles and bicycle safety and working on this. So that's a good example of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'd just like to echo what Mr. Tanky said. I think that if you look at what Mount Pleasant is doing for cyclists and pedestrians, that we are miles ahead of other communities in the Low Country, and I think that we all can't wait to have an uninterrupted, safe bike lane for people to get from the bridge essentially out to the beach. So this is all very exciting. I will entertain a motion.
Any comments?
Anybody have a motion on this? Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contract to Trans Systems Corporation for item number 4. Let's go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
The question I forgot to ask was, when would this be implemented? I can't wait to get the bike out there.
Yes, sir. So being a DOT roadway, we do have to go through their typical encroachment permanent review process, as well as our town DRT to some extent. And so that will take about 12 months, I anticipate, to complete the design, and then implementation should take about another 12 months.
2027.
2027, yes, sir.
End of 27.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item number 5, which is award of contract for 1946 Enclave Drive pipelining. Ms. Harness.
Yes, the Bids and Purchases Committee previously approved the establishment of agreements with contractors to perform various types of stormwater repair and rehabilitation services on an on-call basis. Due to a sinkhole that has formed, this project involves lining one pipe at 1946 Enclave Drive in the Long Point neighborhood. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of James White Construction, LLC, utilizing the established unit pricing in their on-call agreement with the town. Staff therefore recommend contracting with James White Construction, LLC, in the amount of $117,834.28 to perform these pipelining services at this location.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Is that the area where the stormwater accumulates and it's broken and then it goes into the stormwater pond? That's just sort of the choke point, and that choke point is, thank you, Andy.
Mr. Weiss will respond to that one.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's a drainage box there at the street, and so the water from the street then flows to the box and then flows into the pond, and then the ponds are connected, and then eventually it reaches the outfall.
So it's been causing problems.
There's a sinkhole. There's a hole in the pipe. The pipe needs lined. It's a 42-inch pipe, so it's a pretty big pipe. And I think it's 140 feet. So the pipe needs lined, and then the box needs some repair.
And you can do this all without, digging up the area in between those two houses?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This is, the Enclave's got a lot of metal pipes, so this is one of probably many we'll get eventually, but this is one that needs work now.
And where's the sinkhole forming? Is it in between the two homes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And when will this work be done?
They're usually given about 3 months to do it once we tell them to go, I believe. So, once we get this approved, that'll get scheduled, and then, but I don't have a schedule until it's approved.
Well, I'm sure the property owners will be excited as well as the others. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've got a motion
Second.
and a second. Any additional comments or questions? Nope. Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the ayes have it unanimously. And that brings us to item 6, which is to adjourn. And we've done so 5 minutes short of time, so appreciate everybody's participation, and I hope everybody has a great day. Thank you.
Rock and roll. Yeah. That's exciting about the
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Finance Committee. I'm Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing this committee this morning, and hope everybody had a good holiday season, and happy to move forward and call this meeting to order. Next item is approval of minutes for the December 1st, 2025 meeting. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item is public comments. Anyone here for public comments this morning? Seeing none, we'll move on from public comments to the annual presentation of the Town of Mount Pleasant Independent Audit for fiscal year 2025. Ms. Harness.
Yes, good morning. Today we have Mr. David Irwin here. He's a partner with our external auditors, Malden & Jenkins, and he's here to present the 2025 audit findings.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
If it's not working, I can do it on my end.
I'm sure it's working. I'll just. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Good to see you all again. Again, my name's David Irwin, and I'm with Malden Jenkins. I was the partner who oversaw this year's audit of the town's financial statements, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this morning to discuss the results of the audit. Today's presentation will be brief, but what I'm going to do is just provide you all an overview of our independent auditor's report. Talk about the results of the 2 compliance reports that we issue in conjunction with the audit. Hit a few of the financial statement highlights. Discuss some information that the auditing standards require that we communicate to you all. And then last but not least, to answer any questions that you all may have. Now, the financial statements themselves that have been presented to you all are the responsibility of management and members of council. As your independent auditors, our responsibility is to issue an opinion on these statements. We conduct our audit in accordance with government auditing standards and generally accepted auditing standards, and I'm happy to say that we are issuing a clean or unmodified opinion on this year's report. Again, this is what you want. This is the highest level of assurance that we can provide your external auditor. What this means is that, in our opinion, the financial statements are considered to be fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Again, as I mentioned earlier, as part of the audit, there are 2 compliance reports that we also issue. The first is the single audit report. And again, a single audit is a compliance report, a compliance audit, that is required when an entity spends over $750,000 in federal funds during the year. The town had around $1.6 million in federal expenditures this year. As was the case with the financial audit, we are issuing a clean or unmodified opinion on the single audit as well. The second compliance report is the Yellow Book report, which again is a report that evaluates the town's internal controls and your compliance with various laws and regulations. And again, more good news. We noted no audit findings this year, meaning there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses identified during our audit procedures. And again, as I mentioned to you all before, with the town being one of the largest communities in South Carolina, there's obviously significant financial activity for which you all have to account for. In addition, given the volume of new accounting standards that are being implemented each year, and really just the overall complexity of the audit process, it makes it all more impressive to be able to present you all an audit that not only has a clean opinion, but no audit findings. So again, that's certainly something that everyone involved with the city, with the town, should be proud of. And the results to me speak directly to the work of your finance department. Tammy, Peggy, their staff, they did a great job as always. They were very accommodating to our audit team and worked hard to address all of our questions and give us everything that we needed in order to get the audit finalized on time. So again, just want to thank them for their hard work again this year. Now for a brief overview of your financial statements. Again, the town prepares what is called an annual comprehensive financial report, otherwise known as an ACFR. An ACFR requires the inclusion of additional information that goes above and beyond the basic financial reporting requirements. This document is submitted annually to the Government Finance Officers Association, otherwise known as GFOA, where they put it through a pretty stringent review process. And during that review, the GFOA review process, their goal isn't to assess the financial health of the town,
what they want to do is make sure that the necessary information is in this report so the readers of your financial statements can do so themselves. And through this review, the town has once again been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. And as you can see on the slide, the town has received the GFA certificate for 37 consecutive years. And again, that just it reflects a strong commitment to transparency and high-quality financial reporting. So your staff do a great job of putting this report together. It's an impressive document. And again, it's certainly something that you all should be proud of. Before we get the numbers themselves, I always encourage everyone to spend some time to read the management discussion analysis, otherwise known as the MD&A. This section begins on page 18 of your financial statements. It's written by management. It does a really good job of bridging the gap between the technical financial statements and the stories behind those numbers. It explains major changes, it highlights trends, and it provides side-by-side comparisons of the past 2 years' financial activity. So, if you ever find yourself asking why did this number increase, or why did this change, why did this account change, or what caused this change, the MD&A is where oftentimes you can find your answer. So again, if you can, I would strongly encourage everyone to read through that section. Now I just want to briefly walk you through the highlights of the financial statements. Again, the town's basic financial statements are broken into 3 components. The first of which is the government-wide statements. Again, the government-wide statements, they provide a broad view of the town's operations in a manner similar to a private sector business. Instead of focusing on the individual funds, this section just views the town as a whole. And all the financial activity of the town is reported under a governmental activities column. But this slide summarizes the town's financial activity from the government-wide perspective. But again, as you can see, the town ended the year with assets and deferred outflows of resources of around $962 million. Of that amount, around $657 million are your capital assets, net of accumulated depreciation. Your capital assets, that's land, buildings, machinery, and equipment that's owned by the town. Town also had around $266 million in cash and cash equivalents on hand as of year-end. Look at your liabilities, that's for inflows of resources. They total around $268 million. Of that amount, around $189 are long-term in nature, meaning they're not due within the next fiscal year. Revenues are around $161 million, while expenses were right at $133 million, and that resulted in an ending net position of $694 million. And that's an increase of about $27.2 million for the year. So, again, all in all, another good year from an NUI perspective. Again, the town continues to strengthen its financial position. Revenues are growing, expenses are controlled, and the balance sheet remains very strong. So, again, this is an impressive-looking balance sheet for you all. The second component of your financial statements are the fund level statements. Again, the fund level, that's what you typically see throughout the year. This component focuses on individual parts of the government and reports the town's operations in more detail than that of the entity-wide statements. And of all of the town's funds, if I'm in your shoes, my primary focus is the general fund. Again, the general fund is the main operating fund of the town. It's where the majority of your revenues are received and funds expended. We have a chart on this slide that shows the general fund's revenues for the year. Total revenues are around $112.2 million. It's about a $7.8 million increase compared to FY24. As you all know, the 2 significant sources for you all of revenue are taxes and licenses and permits. Taxes total about $52.8 million, while licenses and permits were right at $44.5 million. So overall, again, revenues performance was consistent with expectations. This next chart presents the general fund's expenditures for the year by function. Expenditures totaled $90.9 million. That was an increase about 3.2 compared to prior year. So again, revenue growth outpaced expenditure growth for the year. And expenditures are aligned with the town's service priorities, with public safety, public service, and general government representing the majority of these expenditures. Public safety was about $40.3 million. Public service was a little over $16 million. And general government was right at $8.1 million for the year. So, in looking at these expenditures, there were really no unusual or unexpected expenditure patterns that we noted from an audit perspective. After factoring in transfers to and from other funds, the general fund's fund balance increased by about $4.2 million for an ending balance of approximately $63.9 million for the year. And when we talk about fund balance, one thing I always like to remind people, fund balance is not what you all have in the form of cash for discretionary spending. Fund balance is merely the difference between assets and liabilities, only a portion of which is discretionary, is cash, again, available for spending. But this slide further breaks down the general fund's fund balance. Again, as I mentioned, total fund balance was right at $63.9 million. Of that amount, about $12,000 is classified as non-spendable, which is prepaid assets, probably prepaid insurance, I believe is what that is. In addition, you all have about $114,000 that's legally restricted as to how that can be spent. I think it's the opioid settlement funds, so there's legal restrictions on those funds. You all have about $2 million that's committed to disaster recovery, and $7.5 million that's assigned for FY26 budget appropriations, which leaves approximately $54.3 million left as unassigned fund balance to be used for town operations. And additionally, another thing to keep in mind is that the general fund incurs expenditures of approximately $7.6 million per month. So you all ended the year with an unassigned fund balance equal to approximately 7 months worth of operating expenditures. And what that means is theoretically the town could operate for 7 months without any additional revenues. That's a strong fund balance, but again, with the town being a June 30 year end, that fund balance is needed, especially through the months of July through November when your revenues are lower than they are during other times of the year. So, just talk about fund balance a little bit further. This chart shows the town's fund balance history over the past 5 years. It's always kind of interesting to look at charts like this and reflect back on where you were and compare to where things currently stand. But as you can see, while there have been fluctuations over the past 5 years, overall fund balance has increased around 17% since 2021. So congratulations to you all on that. For this most recent fiscal year, the general fund finished the year under its final amended budget and sustained operations without the reliance of other financing sources. So this is an impressive chart. Again, this reflects disciplined budgeting and conservative financial management. And again, that's something that the management council and really everyone involved in the town should be commended for. And again, not to belabor the point, but a question I'm often asked is, as long as we're able to pay our current obligations, what are the benefits of having a strong fund balance? And there's several reasons for this, one of which I just mentioned. Again, property tax is a huge revenue source for you all, and it's cyclical in nature. So again, as I mentioned, with you all being a June 30 year end, it's good to have those cash flows to get you through the months of July through November when revenues are lower than they are at other times of the year. Other reasons, again, to cover significant emergencies and unanticipated expenditures. It provides the town with flexibility to fund discretionary spending. There's a potential for better interest rates when the town issues debt, which again would save you all money. And again, as that last bullet point points out, it's important in uncertain economic times. And again, it's certainly something we've experienced, again, from the financial crisis of 2008 to the global pandemic of 2020 to weather-related issues that unfortunately you all sometimes have to deal with being a coastal community. If I'm in your shoes, it's comforting to see that you all have a strong fund balance to get you through those events. So again, certainly something to be commended for. What I would want to take away if I'm in your shoes, just to do a quick summary of the general fund. Again, revenues exceeded expenditures by $21.3 million. However, you all had other financing uses, transfers to other funds, about $17.1 million, which again resulted in an overall increase of your fund balance of $4.2 million. Which again was an ending fund balance of $63.9 million. So again, as I mentioned, unassigned fund balance equal to approximately 7 months of operating expenditures. And I think the last bullet point is just key. The general fund generated a sufficient operating surplus to not only support transfers for capital projects, but it also was able to increase your fund balance. One final item to discuss, just certain information the auditing standards requires that we communicate to you all. Again, you all receiving a clean opinion with no audit findings. We received full cooperation from management staff. There were no disagreements with management that would have affected the financial statements. There were no uncorrected misstatements. And again, we are independent of the town as required by government auditing standards. And with that, unless anybody has any questions, that concludes my presentation. But what I've tried to do is just hit the highlights, what I think is the most important to you all. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But I'll close by saying you are in sound financial position. You're governed responsibly, and you have a financial staff that takes stewardship seriously. And not all communities can say that. So we certainly appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you all, and look forward to working in the future.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for Mr. Irwin? Mr. Rambo?
Mr. Chairman, first I would just like to say congratulations to Tammy, you and your team for all their hard work for yet another clean, unmodified audit opinion. I know there's a lot that goes into that, Eric, as well. On the topic of the fund balance, when you see other communities or other municipalities, what's the balance, or what advice do you give as far as, or what do you see as far as a standard of, you want to maintain a strong fund balance, but you don't want to just be, you don't want that to get too high either. What do you see as that balance, or where does it get to be?
GFOA, which again is the organization for which you all submit your ACFR for certification, they recommend a minimum 17% fund balance, 17%. So that would be
17% of annual revenue
of expenditures.
Expenditures.
So that would at
Okay.
a bare minimum 2 to 3 months. But it really depends on your year end.
Okay.
If you're September 30 year end, your fund balance can be a little bit lower because you're having revenues come in, with the form of property taxes pretty soon. If you're December 31st year end, it needs to be a lot higher because, at that time you have gotten a significant portion of your property taxes. That's going to need to get you, that's going to carry forward to the next calendar year. So it varies based on your year end. But again, GFOA, just to be very conservative, well, not very conservative, but 17 to 20% of your operating expenditures. But again, there's a variety of factors to go into it, and that's why I included that slide of the need to have a strong fund balance. And again, it provides the town flexibility for discretionary spending as you see fit.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about the late on the trigger there. Again, thank you to the finance staff for another clean audit, as Mr. Rambo stated. I did have a kind of a tack-on question about the fund balance to what Mr. Rambo was asking about, and it's specifically with the timing. July to September's hurricane season, and so I think the intent is that the town maintains a strong fund balance, not only to manage the cash flow from tax revenues that come in at a different time of year, but also to recover in the event of an emergency like a hurricane. And so I was kind of wondering how those two factors would interplay with each other in the event that we did get hit by a hurricane in that July to September active time frame. Do we have a sufficient amount of money to both manage the cash flow and engage in a recovery effort, or do we need to look at boosting our fund balance even further?
Well, I think there's a lot of factors that go into that question. I mean, obviously, how much damage, how big of a hurricane you're talking about. Again, you're looking at 7.5 months of fund balance. I think that's a strong fund balance. If I'm in your shoes, it actually gives me comfort. I'm not thinking it needs to be higher. But again, that's management's decision. I mean, you all have a lot of things going on in this community, It's a growing community. You have a lot of capital projects that you all want to fund as well. So there's a lot of factors that go into this fund balance. But again, just looking at it from a bird's eye view, 7.5 months is strong, and I would have no issues or concerns if I'm in your shoes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And just an aside, we will be looking at that a little bit further when we get to the mid-year budget adjustment. So we'll discuss that a little bit more.
Ms. Whitaker?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Well, congratulations, Ms. Harness,
Thank
for your
you.
work all year. And keep it up. Glad to see the 37th year of another award. So, again, congratulations and to you and to your staff and to Mr. Demora for leading us through. Thank you very much, Mr. Irwin.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, full council will receive a similar presentation, and there will be greater discussion of the matter at the retreat.
Great.
Yes, sir.
And we do ask for a recommendation from committee to accept the audit.
Move to recommend accepting.
Motion made and seconded to make a recommendation to full council to accept the audit. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item is the annual presentation of impact fees for fiscal year 2025. Ms. Harness.
Yes, sir. So in compliance with South Carolina State Code, we are presenting our annual report on the town's development impact fees for fiscal year 25. For fire protection, municipal facilities and equipment, and transportation, the fees are set at 80% of the maximum allowable rates, while the recreation development impact fees are set at 95% of the maximum allowable rate. The actual amounts collected with interest and the projects funded or proposed to be funded with these revenues are shown here by impact fee type. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Any questions of Ms. Harness?
Yes.
Brownstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. How do these numbers compare with the previous year? Are we collecting less impact fees?
They're slightly higher than last year.
Slightly higher,
So
okay.
they were trending down for a while and now we're seeing a slight uptick.
Thank you.
Any other questions? My only question is, does this mean we are having, we had more building, more construction than we've had in the last few years?
Yes.
Or just the fact that they're starting the construction, which had been proposed for some time?
No, I believe it's, as the project gets on the books, that is when we collect the fees. So it's the uptick in the projects.
Okay, well, great. Do you need a motion to send this?
I don't. This is just a state requirement that we present this annually, so this satisfies that requirement.
Okay, well, very good. And the next item is review and possible action regarding the mid-year budget amendment ordinance. Ms. Harness.
So now that the 2025 audit is final, we need to true up our transfer to capital infrastructure per our fund balance policy. And policy states that we transfer 50% of our unrestricted allocated fund balance. This amount totals $10,374,466. As part of our original fiscal year 26 budget, we have already pre-sent over $5.7 million. This leaves an additional $4.674 million that needs to be trued up and sent to the capital fund for infrastructure projects, and that will be included as part of our fiscal year 27 budget process. Additionally, we also need to recognize the additional revenues and expenses that were approved as part of our adopted millage rate, and that was approved in September. So this amount was $5.284 million, and additional revenues and expenses that is now being added to the fiscal year 26 budget. So those are the two items that are being added at mid-year.
And will we be discussing this during the retreat?
Yes, we will.
Yes, sir. We plan additional discussion on the independent audit, additional discussion on potential mid-year budget updates. So we have our financial position ahead of any discussion on capital or other operating costs, all at the retreat.
So do you need a motion now, or do you just wait till the retreat?
We will need a motion at the end of this presentation, and then we will take it to town council next Tuesday for first reading of the ordinance, and then at second reading, we can make any amendments that we discussed today as well.
In which case, during the retreat is when those amendments would be discussed, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes, sir. And the need for that procedural step is that if you weren't comfortable with what we presented to you, then you may not deem it worthy for council's consideration at the retreat. So just looking for a pass on to council to have further discussion.
Move to recommend approval to council.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to recommend approval, or recommend approval to council for our meeting next week.
Did have a question.
Mr. Brownstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Could you go back one slide, please?
Sure.
So that 5.284 for the wage study, does that include the new positions for the police and the fire department, or is that the baseline wage study that was kind of the first component of that millage rate?
That's all three phases. So
Okay.
that is the additional amounts that were added to specific positions, then the additional 6 positions in fire and police, plus the additional 4% on top of that.
And so once council implements this mid-year budget amendment, that will give you the resources that you need to hire and fill those new police and fire positions?
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
I just want to
Randall?
point out, so because there's also a matching revenue with that as well. So they're both matched. So it's not like an addition, but it's
just adding
Matching,
the
correct.
5.2 million to our revenues and our expenses.
correct
That
because the
comes
budget
from
is
the
built
millage.
not based on that tax rate.
Correct.
Any other discussion?
I do have some more to go through if you want to.
Say again?
I do have a couple more slides to get through if you want to
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
table the vote. That's okay. So this is the slide that kind of builds upon what David Irwin just presented. We want to look at how much fund balance is truly available. So that's 63.9 million is the number at top. From that amount, we have to deduct out the 5.7 million amount that we've already transferred over to the capital fund as part of our original fiscal year 26 budget, plus the true-up, which is the 4.674 million number that we also have to back out that we are now sending over. And then there's the carryover amount, and these are the fiscal year 25 expenses that due to timing aren't hitting until fiscal year 26. So that fund balance is overinflated by that 1.9 million that's still to hit. So you have to back that out as well. And then per our policies, we do reserve 2 million for emergency funds for hurricanes, other possible emergency situations. And then our non-spendable, which Mr. Irwin also referred to, that's our prepaid items, so it's really the postage on our meters that we have to back out. And then our policy, even though he was stating 17 to 20% is kind of what GFOA recommends, Town Council has decided that we reserve 25% of our operating expenses. In addition to that, since we're a coastal community, we also reserve an additional 10%, and that's what gets us our superior bond ratings. And then the last item that we back out is $2 million for some judgment and appeals on the legal side. So that leaves us with a total of $7.2 million that we truly have available to spend right now. And then just some of the possible uses for the $7.2 million fund balance. The healthcare fund needs to be trued up. We had a very tough year, health care-wise costs. We're going to discuss that more at the town council retreat as well. But we are well below our 25% fund balance reserve amount, so that's why that $2.3 million number is there. We also have some IT costs, funds that are requested to migrate our police WatchGuard cameras to the cloud. We've obviously lost the grant funding for Edwards Park. That's still a possibility for us to throw some money to and fund. Billy Swales is another capital project with costs that have increased. And then any other projects or programs that are on your radars that you would like to take into account. All of those items can be added again at second reading as an amendment to the mid-year adjustment. So now that you've seen the big picture, any additional questions?
Anybody have any questions?
I did have a question, Mr. Chapman. Thank you about the healthcare fund balance. I don't know if that's what you're about to chime in about.
Yes, sir. And at the retreat, we plan to go a deeper dive. And I'm glad you brought that up because I don't want anyone to think there's a problem with the healthcare situation here because there's not. Every few years we have a bad health insurance year. We had many acute illnesses that a significant number that dominated the expenses last year. What I mean by acute is not medical conditions generated by chronic disease, but human condition stuff. Somebody gets cancer unexpectedly and heart attack unexpectedly, and that's why we have health insurance, because those are very expensive numbers. Anyway, the number of those acute instances far surpassed the typical average, and therefore to complete the year we have a fund balance reserve for healthcare, in addition to what you're seeing here, or what you heard earlier, and we had to go into that to make ourselves whole, and we're going to be discussing that at the retreat in greater detail. But we're going to ask you at the same time, as part of the mid-year budget adjustment, to contribute some more money to shore up the fund balance reserve for healthcare.
Mr. Rambo.
I just want to clarify, not that any of these are not great uses of money. I think they all just need more discussion. But my motion to recommend approval did not include these expenditures. It was just the true up.
Correct.
Just want to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Explain your motion again, please, that you said you're not.
So my motion to recommend approval to full council was just the mid-year true up of these items listed here, not including those extra.
No recommendation.
No recommendation for spending any additional fund balance on assigned fund balance. This is just the infrastructure true up that I was recommending approval. Because I think all of that, not that any of that's bad, I think all of it needs more discussion, and we're going to have that discussion, it sounds like. Right. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? I had one particular issue on that list, and may need Mr. Morrison to answer this. The additional cost for the Billy Swales, I know we would be going to Chaps for some of this additional money. Would this be our 10%, 20% match rather than the full amount or not?
Well, I think that everybody's aware that that project is taking a good while, and along that timeline, staff has been very diligent in discussing and keeping track with the BCD COG on our cost. And we've already done maybe 2 adjustments on that cost. We anticipate doing another adjustment in January this year, this month, and or early next month, once we have bids, actual bids, to do that. So I'm actually very confident that the number that we're considering would only be a match, an additional 20% on, if it's $3 million, that's $600,000. So, but we're pretty confident, based on our discussions with Chaths, that we're in a good financial position with them, as far as them being able to cover any overage. We don't know until we get that bid.
When do we anticipate the bid?
It was bid the 29th, so
That's what I thought.
February 13th.
February 13th.
Yes, sir.
So we'll hopefully know at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we'll coordinate that timeline with the BCD COG and Mr. Mitchum.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Morrison. That was just something I kind of knew about, but I wasn't sure where we were with that number. So, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Moving on to the review of letter of intent to renew the lease agreement with Trident Tech.
Yes, so our original lease with Trident Technical College went into effect in 2016. It was a 5-year lease agreement. In 2021, we renewed for another 5-year term. So now we are reviewing for the next 5-year term, which would be from May 11th, 2026 to May 10th, 2031. The lease is currently in review with procurement and legal, because when they sent us the lease back, it looks like they reverted to the 2016 language rather than the most recent 2021 language. So we just want to make sure that we have all of the terms accurate in there before we present it to you and before we get it ready for signature. So we just want to make sure that committee still wants to move forward with another 5-year term lease with Trident Technical College.
Any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Brownstein.
And so this is for the building, it's kind of right behind Wando Crossing, shopping center?
Yes, sir, the old Bassett Furniture.
Okay. And so I didn't realize that, and this is probably shame on me, that we even owned that building.
Yeah.
This is all before my time. Can you tell me a little bit more about the terms of the lease for that facility?
It's a 10-year, it's a $10 a year current lease term. So basically it's a de minimis amount, but it allows us to have college courses within the town.
And if I may, sir, we purchased the building years ago for the purpose of getting Trident Tech to expand their offerings into Mount Pleasant, which we didn't have before. Mm-hmm. And with the idea that it would be an engine or help to generate economic development in the community, whether it be more healthcare jobs for our healthcare industry and so on. And so we feel it's worked extremely well for us. They've been good partners. In fact, they've handled just about everything on the facility, probably more than they have to. They've been great tenants and have offered great services to us. So we're highly supportive of it. But before we went forward with taking the time and the expertise to prepare another document, we wanted to make sure that you were comfortable at least us doing that and didn't have other plans for the building.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it, and I am supportive of having Trident over here. I would be interested to kind of hear a little bit more from them about how they're utilizing the facility, how many students, what types of courses, that sort of thing. I think, not that I'm critical of anything that Trident's doing, but just to have a better understanding of how that facility's being utilized to this date, and things that maybe we could look at moving forward to improve it.
Does this in any way impact potentially courses like at Wando is given for future college courses?
Well, they work very closely together.
That's what I
There's a-
thought. I wanted
Yes, sir.
to make sure that got on the table too, that it's also helping our higher education in Mount Pleasant to be able to work closer to do things like that, which we didn't have, and it's a real good asset for our college-bound seniors. So I think it's a great idea.
Want a motion?
Do we need a motion on this, or will we need to wait until it comes back?
No motion necessary, as long as you're comfortable with us proceeding
Yeah, that's
to get to a
what I thought.
document.
Once you get the actual contract ready, then that would be the appropriate time to submit. But, Mr. Rambo?
Yeah, I just echo that. I think it's a great partnership and definitely want to continue it. But I would love to hear a presentation from them that goes over how they are utilizing the building, what courses are offered, just so I can have a better understanding.
Okay.
Okay. Discussion of business license inspections is the next item on the agenda. I know we had a lot of discussions at the last meeting.
Yes,
Ms.
so,
Harness.
so this item was asked to be put on the agenda for discussion this month. In 2024, there was a 5% increase overall in business license revenues, which was the typical average growth we have been seeing in prior years. However, this past year, in 2025, there was a 2% decrease in revenues. And this is when we started to really see some of the decline in revenues from the healthcare facilities that were profit and are now nonprofit. And in addition to the revenues declining slightly last year, we've also noted a trend in the delinquent license count increasing. Keep in mind that not all of the licenses in the delinquent count may truly be delinquent, as there are businesses that have closed and just did not let us know. They're no longer in operation. Additionally, there might be some non-resident contractors in that number that have had no business within the town in the year, so therefore they're not required to have a business license. So that number, it shows trending, but it may not show the true count. So just keep that in mind. In 2023, you can see that's when it was the lowest amount. That is when we started doing some prep work for the Opal business license software, and we really cleaned up a lot of the old accounts and closed them down in the old system prior to migrating that data over. So within the past 3 years, you can see that that number has grown quite a bit. Now, looking at the history of when we did have a business license inspector position, you can see that it did generate quite a bit of collections from both field visits and audits. In 2017, there was turnover in the position, so it was vacant for part of the year. And then in 2020, we eliminated the business license inspector position, so there were only about 2 months of data in that number. That was also the year of COVID, and at the time, council did not want to put undue pressure on our businesses, as many were really just trying to stay afloat. So the bottom of the slide shows what the estimated total cost of an average business license inspector position would cost. And as you can see, the revenues that the position generates is more than the actual cost of the position, even at the lowest year we had. So some of the justification reasons for reinstating the business license inspector position are to improve compliance with the business license ordinance, ensure equitable enforcement across all businesses and business types, and of course to increase revenues and cost recoveries. And that's really all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions or further the discussion
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Rambo?
Yeah, so I had asked for this agenda item. I think we should move forward with reinstating this position from a simple fairness standpoint. If you have 8 businesses in town that all offer the same service and 6 of them pay a business license fee and 2 of them just don't, that's not really a fair, equitable treatment of our, it's not fair it's not a fair playing field for all of our businesses, and it also shifts burden onto homeowners and their property taxes as well. So I'm strongly in favor of this, and I'll make a motion. Can I make a motion that we recommend? Yeah, I'll make a motion that we recommend. Would this need to go to full council? How would this need to?
Good question, Mr. Rambo. I think a motion to approve the position, and then I will go back and see if there's availability currently within the budget. If there is not, I will add it to the list of things for the mid-year consideration at the retreat.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll say it might take, the person has to get their feet wet, probably, but I would think it would more than pay for itself as well.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, so I'll make a motion that we add this position.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to add the position of business license inspector. Any discussion? Ms. Whitaker?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this as well. I think the other piece of it is because we've made that change with the nonprofits and the enforcement there. I think this inspector could be really helpful with the communication around that as well, and figuring out the differences that we now have with those business licenses as well. So I think that will be helpful with this position too.
Well, I would second that because we have 2 now hospitals that are supposedly nonprofit, and I think that could help start the discussion, if you will, with maybe some fees that could be justified with some of the nonprofits. So I'm fully in favor of hiring someone to actually go forward with looking at some of the suggested changes we have for business licenses within the community. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. Just
Brownson.
one quick, I guess, observation or maybe a question in here somewhere. You look at other communities, and a lot of times they will require contractors to have a sticker on their vehicle that indicates they have a business license, whether it's Sullivan's Island or IOP. Have we looked into doing that here at the town? I think a lot of what I hear from at least some residents is that they believe a lot of contractors are here without a business license, and I guess that would give you a quick way of kind of verifying looking at the vehicle. And so I'm kind of wondering, have we looked at that, and why is it that we don't have a program that puts stickers on vehicles?
I think, excellent point, Mr. Brownstein. I think we found in the past, unless there's some new information, that when you get to subcontractors, say, in particular, some are large enough they have multiple vehicles in multiple locations, and it's difficult from a practical standpoint. We could be just as effective arriving on scene, seeing who's there, what companies they represent, and then proceeding accordingly. So we have looked at it in the past and just found it perhaps it wouldn't replace an actual site visit.
Thank you.
And Mr. Moore, don't you also think that by getting back to having a business license inspector, probably do the same thing, and we won't have to pay for having those stickers produced?
Yeah, I agree. It makes sense. I've just heard from specifically, people upset about tree removals and whether these are licensed companies, and so just wanted to throw the question out there.
Sure. Any further discussion on the business license inspector? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item is item number 9, which is to adjourn, and we are adjourned ahead of
Well, should check the tab. No.
Sir? She said, I heard her say she wasn't coming today.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you go.
sorry.
All right, we will call the January 5th Health, Recreation, and Events Committee meeting to order. Hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas and New Year's. Second on the agenda is approval of minutes from the December 1st, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Number 3 on the agenda is public comments. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment? Oh, come on down. Just please give your name, address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
My name is Ben Sinderman, 2876 Vanguard Place. I'm here for the Food Forest project. I just wanted to thank TJ for bringing this project into creation and the committee for being here to listen. I'm a small business here in Mount Pleasant that's in the regenerative landscaping space, and I've seen the value that these community food forests can create. They become a hub for education, community gathering, and points of inspiration for self-action. These projects, they prioritize the benefits with a focus on perennial systems that can serve future generations, so they're very forward-looking. This project, I think, will allow the town of Mount Pleasant to be another example of how public spaces can be designed to serve people, the ecology, and future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Maceo here in Mount Pleasant. I was excited to read about the food forest and community gardens at the Jones Center in the latest Moultrie News edition. I think that this would be a wonderful way to educate our community on native plants and trees, and agree that the rec department can build community engagement by ways outside of sports and rec fields. I hope that we can continue building projects like this on town property. I think it's a wonderful way to educate the community on things that they can do in their own neighborhoods and in their own yards, especially with fruit trees and other native plants.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will move to item number 4, presentation of Food Forest and Community Garden Initiative.
Yeah, thank you. So we've got an initiative here for the next year, possibly longer, obviously, to put together some community gardens in the town, and probably going to start off with what we're calling the Food Forest. Some of these have been done around the Low Country, specifically in Goose Creek and downtown Charleston, something I've been involved with my previous stop. So we've got some folks, as Ben mentioned, that would like to be a part of it. So we really want this to be a community-based initiative. Folks at the rec department working with folks in the community who have knowledge, also have a little bit better green thumb than myself, who can help create this idea and make it into a vision. So just a little photo here of kind of something that we would hope for it to look like as it matures and grows over time. Obviously, it won't look like this as we begin. And it kind of gives you a little overview of what something like this could look like. I know the Jones Center was mentioned, that has been knocked around as a location for this potentially to be, and the reason that this might be a suitable fit is for a couple of things. Number one, we have quite a few people that go in and out of the Jones Center every day. The visibility is there. We have a school right next door, so we can enrich those students with some education, utilize their kind of volunteer, if you will, to help tend with the forest and the garden, and not to mention all the parents that are up and down that road coming to school 2 times a day, dropping their kids off, picking them up. And also, it's kind of in the center, if you will, a little bit of Mount Pleasant, so it kind of gives everybody a geographic location where they can get there, and if they do want to help and be a part of it. So just kind of, again, we haven't set on that location, but an idea that we're looking at. And just some of the reasons why this might be a good idea for the town. Obviously, it can be a community space where everybody can connect. I know a lot of people like to think that the rec department just plays basketball and football and soccer all day, but we do try to be a very broad department that reaches out to everybody's recreation leisure needs. So we think this might kind of check one of those boxes really well. As has been mentioned, hands-on learning. We have, I don't know how many hundreds of students right next door that we can incorporate with their school teachers and try to get some initiatives and programs together where they could also come to this space and use it for good as well. And again, it'll provide fresh fruit. I know we have the best farmers market in the state of South Carolina, if not beyond. But this can also, maybe we can find some programs, some communities that may need a little assistance in this manner, and this might be a good way to kind of check that box as well. And also another way to engage our business community. There may be some folks out there who would want to donate, want to sponsor some parts of the food forest or the community garden. And again, folks just like to be in green space. They go out there, read a book, hang out, and just enjoy their time. So it's kind of some of the reasons we want to put this together. It's going to take a little time. Obviously, weather and timing of the year are pertinent as well, but we're working with the planning department as well to kind of make this a collaborative effort between the two of us. So if you guys have any questions or concerns or ideas, I'm all ears.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I would just say, I think this is great. I love the idea. Thanks for bringing it up, TJ. I would point out there's also a preschool right there where my kids went, but so that's great too, beyond the elementary school. Several churches around that area too, so it might be a really great kind of place if we do the Jones Center on Egypt Road kind of location there. So I agree with that. I do wonder if this is something we also might want to get Cap involved with, the culture and pride perspective of that. Maybe there's even an art perspective somewhere along the way, but it might be good for that commission to be involved with this project as well.
And Chairman, one thing I also failed to mention, I did present to the Green Commission as well.
Yes.
So they're aware of the initiative, and also they're going to be a good resource to try to find volunteers and assistance to the community.
Understood, yes, sir. Thank you. Those are great ideas.
I love this idea. I can echo everything Catherine said.
Okay. I echo the same things, and I think both the public comments. I think this could be a really good addition to the community. A really cool trial of doing something like this. And I agree that the Jones Center would be a good place as well. Do you need any action from us?
I don't think so. Unless you guys think we do need, but I don't think so. No, sir.
You're good. We'll roll through. All right, we'll move to item number 5, Recreation Advisory Commission update.
Yeah, just wanted to update. Obviously, we have 2 new members here, the HRE committee. Just kind of give you an idea about our RAC commission. It's our citizens commission set up to give us input. We currently meet quarterly. We are in the 2nd year of the 2-year term and/or resolution for the RAC commission. So our next meeting will be January the 20th. It takes place at 2:00 upstairs on the 3rd floor. And what we do is we update them similar to how we engage with you guys. They don't really take much action, but they do give us ideas and suggestions on things that they may want to see done, things they're hearing from members of the public, folks in their neighborhood, so on and so forth. But really wanted to kind of just inform you guys of it, make you aware that this is the last year in the current form. So in October or prior to October, there will need to be some discussions and action taken by this committee and all full council for the future. But wanted to see if you had any thoughts or ideas that you'd like for the RAC Commission to complete here in 2026.
Okay.
One question, TJ, or thought for the commission. I know we've talked a little bit about we're going to have our first turf field coming. So the idea of whether turf is something we should continue to explore for other recreation facilities, and what obviously the budget impact would be from that, but any safety concerns, just general pros and cons around the turf versus grass going forward. I think that's something I'd be interested in their take on as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And this, and I'll just say, TJ and I talked about this. This isn't open-ended for both of you guys too. If you think of anything or community says anything, just let TJ know, and it can be an item on a recreation commission advisory. That goes for any member of council as well. Okay. We will move on to item number 6, review of policies and rules for future athletic programs.
Yeah, so I know that a lot of times you guys may get emails, phone calls, interactions with citizens about how we work things, how we come up with policies, what we do. It's always good for us to kind of look at what we do year by year and decide if there needs to be changes. I know, as we were mentioning Gardens a few minutes ago, sports are probably the number one thing that people care most about when it comes to the rec department. So always good to review what we're doing, how we relate to other municipalities in the area and the region, because we do engage with other municipalities in terms of league play. We play with North Charleston, downtown, anybody that we need to if we don't have the correct numbers in certain divisions. So a couple things we're going to be looking at, just so you're aware in case you get phone calls or emails. We have a bunch of different player participation rules in our sports. Obviously, we're a rec department, but we do try to give minimum playing requirements so that coaches have kind of a byline that they can use, because certainly parents' number one thing is how much their kids get to play during games. So we try to make sure we have some guidelines in place. Those guidelines meet the standards that we work by based on the organization that we're involved with. So each sport has a different affiliation, whether it be baseball, basketball, football, and we also work with other local municipalities to make sure all our rules are generally the same. So we're just looking at those so that we make sure that we're meeting the industry standard, if not exceeding the industry standard. We also, as I mentioned, we are affiliated with different leagues, particularly in baseball, basketball, soccer. There's various amounts of leagues based on competitiveness, region, like baseball. We're kind of in a region with Texas to North Carolina. It's called Diamond Baseball. You may remember it be called Dixie Youth Baseball. They've changed their name recently. So just looking to see if there's other affiliations out there that may better fit the needs for our department and our town. So we're doing a little research on that now to see what may be out there, and if any new affiliations come up that we think may be best for our town, we will certainly bring them to y'all for any action or decision there. And always we want to look at our coaches handbook. Obviously our volunteer coaches are the backbone of what we do. If we don't have them, we don't have teams and we don't have programs. We'll also want to make sure that the rules that we're giving them are feasible for them to meet, and also protecting them as much as possible. They are unpaid saints of the world that are giving us their time and effort to help our young folks in the various sports. So just looking to make sure that our handbook's updated and fitting the times, if you will. So if you have any suggestions or comments or any feedback you've had from members of the public, I'd love to hear it so we can implement that if needed.
Okay. Do you guys have anything? I'll just add, I know we've spoken about this, but for the record, I think all three of these things are great things for the Recreation Commission to be heavily involved in, give input and feedback on. I know it's a diverse group of folks that come from different backgrounds and different sports and activities, and so I think they could provide some really good insight there. I know every year I watch the Little League World Series and would love to see a Mount Pleasant team at some point have the opportunity to participate. I know we've spoken about that, so I know that's something that y'all are looking into, but that is definitely something that I would love to see explored further, as well as every year during the Trident Basketball League, we get a lot of questions from citizens about, hey, why are these two Mount Pleasant teams playing each other in Somerville? And that happens quite a bit. And so how can we be more involved in that, whether it's our recreation department, that being an offering, of our recreation department to have school-based teams that compete in that league, whether we are part of that, host sites, things like that. I think that we need to really look into that further. But I also think those are all things that the Recreation Commission could help provide input on as well. Yep.
On the Trident Basketball League specifically, and this may be a better question for Charleston County Schools, so tell me if that is where it is, but I know I've heard a lot of complaints about the lack of ability for the middle schools to use their own gyms for practice for their basketball teams through the Trident League, and again, it might be a school issue and nothing the town can do. I think our facilities for basketball are pretty full all the time, I imagine, based on the ages of all the teams we have to do ourselves, so I don't think we can necessarily be helpful, but I was curious if there's anything you think the town or we could do to help with that.
So the Trident League is a private league. It's not run by our department or the town. They do utilize some of our gyms. I know that school gyms, we have some influence over some school gyms with some agreements that we have, but we're also using a lot of gym space, hence the reason that Rifle Range Road is going to be huge once it's done. But I can certainly chat with the Trident League and see if there's anything that we could do feasibly to assist them. Again, we certainly want to look out for our program first, but I can certainly reach out to the Trident League and see if there's anything that we could do to help.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think and this is where sometimes private leagues or whatever, we think of them as private leagues and they're not our recreation leagues. But if you think of it on the flip side, if some of these private leagues didn't exist, all of those kids would play recreation, and we don't have the space necessary for now. What's Rifle Range Road Park? That will be a double gym, so that will be quite helpful. So I think there still are citizens, and I think there's bigger conversations that need to be had with Trident League plus the school district plus us and maybe some other municipalities. I know North Charleston does kind of their own kind of basketball type league with some of the schools. So I think there's some bigger conversations that could be had. Okay. Anybody have anything else related to all of this? Okay, beautiful. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 7, review of Recreation Department highlights from 2025.
Yes, so just wanted to kind of update y'all a little bit on a few numbers, a few things that we've accomplished, 3 short slides here. So mainly all of our youth programming is based through our programs, summer camps, and athletics. So you can see here through youth athletics and tennis, we have over 13,000 participants this past year, which is a very, very good number based on years past. Adult athletics, we're closer to 5,000 here, so we have a good contingent of adults that are playing softball, basketball, soccer, you name it. So that's good. And then our programs, which will also, these kids also play in some of our sports programs, but then again, another 16,000, 17,000 children that are involved. So overall, we're looking at roughly 35,000 participants that are just participating in those 2 aspects of our department. Obviously, we don't track how many kids are on playgrounds and go to green spaces every day, but so you can imagine the number of folks that are utilizing our facilities on a day-to-day basis. Our senior center currently has over 2,100 members. Last year, we had 97,500 check-ins at the senior center. Based on the number of days that it's open, because it's not open on Sundays, it's about 375 to 400 people every day walking in the doors of the senior center. So that's a fairly good number. We're starting to see, obviously with 2,100 members, that those numbers are coming back to where they were prior to COVID, so that's really good. We had 65 total event days. That's not 65 total events, obviously including the number of times the Farmers Market and the Makers Market took place, but estimated almost 133,000 people come to those. Obviously, our Farmers Market is extremely popular. The Makers Market was in its first year, and then some of our larger events, Blessing of the Fleet, Children's Day, and obviously our Christmas Parade, bringing a lot of folks. So. And those events obviously are run and managed by our department, but we rely heavily on volunteers. We had over 270 volunteers, and I would say probably conservatively speaking, 90% of those are other folks who work with the town in different departments that come volunteer on a Saturday or a Sunday to help with those events. So very, very appreciative of all those folks that sign up to do that. And last but not least, we have had some facility upgrades over the last year. We completed the Waterfront Park project with the splash pad. We have adult fitness equipment, some dog parks, basketball, pickleball. Seem to be very well used. I'm sure it will ramp up again as the weather gets better. We renovated 4 courts at our Muggsy Kerr Tennis Center. That was done through a grant from the Low Country Tennis Association, so we're very happy to do that. We renovated the basketball/pickleball court at Miriam Brown. I'm not sure if any of you are pickleball players, but if you are, you can go there every morning at 7:30 and play all the pickleball you want. So they're very appreciative of that.
And if it rains, they're out there squeegeeing.
They are out there squeegeeing, you're correct. The Carrier Field, which Ms. Whitaker mentioned, will be our first turf field. That should be done here probably in the next few weeks. They set the restroom building prior to the holidays, and then obviously with the holidays a little bit of a break, but they're getting that all set and hope to have that open here this month. We installed 2 new playgrounds. Obviously, the first phase of Waterfront Park under the bridge, we just replaced that playground, and then at Sloan Park. And 2 of the biggest aspects of these parks are they both now are much more inclusive and accessible than they used to be. There's artificial turf under the Waterfront Park playground, and there's pour in place at the Sloan Park playground. So we're kind of moving towards an artificial turf as our surfacing in the future, and hope to get our other playgrounds up to speed in due time. It's not the cheapest endeavor on the planet, so kind of seeing how we can do that as we move on. And then we opened our Community Arts Center. We've had our first series running since the middle of December. I know a few of you have attended. And then tomorrow we will have our open house / ribbon cutting for the public. So 4 to 6 tomorrow. But just a great spot for, again, other types of recreation to occur in the town. And Keela's done a wonderful job of getting that up and running, and I know that she's very pleased with the attendance that she's had at the first performance. So, any questions, comments, concerns about department highlights?
Do you mind having me?
I just say on the engagement front, the Waterfront Park courts, I mean, every time I drive by there, they're in use. I think it's just an example of, build those community areas in the right places and people will, use the heck out of them. So I think that's great. Additionally, with the Community Arts Center, you see the same thing. At the Venue MTP, I was there for the opening night show. It was full. There was so much excitement about having the space. People were thrilled to see it. It is a great venue, and I'm just really excited that we're going to have that facility and that asset in the town going forward. So everybody go see the show if you haven't, and come tomorrow for the ribbon cutting, but excited about that facility.
Thank you. And I'll say on the playgrounds, I've been off with my kids for 2 weeks. And so with my 2-year-old and 7-year-old, we went to a different playground in Mount Pleasant just about every day over break. And so I would love to see, I know people know the waterfront's there. I'd love to see us highlight, like maybe on social media, some of the different playgrounds that are part of other parks. The new one at Carolina Park is great. Even the ones at Park West are great. Like you said, Sloan. So it was quite a joy to see all of our different playgrounds like that. So anyway, anybody have anything else on this? How are we looking as far as a groundbreaking date for Rifle Range Road?
We are contemplating that right now. I'm hoping in the next 60 to 90 days, possibly. We've got working with the name of the road is escaping me now, Billy Swells Parkway. So that's kind of in conjunction with our project. But hopefully here, next 90 days, if all goes well.
Was the federal permitting completed? Or is that what we're waiting on?
We have everything in hand. We are reviewing the final cost recommendation from the contractor. Once that is resolved and finalized, we'll be ready to break ground. So all the permitting is in hand. We're still going through some of the more local town-related DRT type stuff, but that's forthcoming. There are no major obstacles except for the guaranteed maximum price from the contractor.
Understood. Yes, sir. All right. Anybody? Go ahead.
I have a question on the senior center. Those sound like excellent numbers and high numbers. What is like the maximum membership, 2,100, like to open a second senior center? Like
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know, Jim, I think we may have gotten up to 22 in the past. Obviously, I was not here. 22 and change. So it's very well used. Obviously, we don't have 2,100 people in there a day.
Right.
But I think looking in the future on a 5-year outlook, maybe a potential of how we can utilize something in the northern end of the city, if you will. But it's something we can certainly research and look at. I think right now, as we currently sit, we seem to be fairly good where we're at. Those folks that live in Park West just have to drive down to the senior center. I think we're pretty good right now, but it's certainly something we need to look at for the future.
I was just thinking with 400 you said about 375, 400 check-ins a day. I just didn't know how many machines or classes are full and stuff like that. People are accessing it.
We haven't had too many issues of overcrowding, if you will. A lot of our classes are right near the limit. I mean, if we have a class of 30, usually we're in the 26 to 28 range. Our gym's fairly utilized. We don't have people waiting online to use the fitness equipment or anything of that nature. And again, some of those numbers could be skewed because, we have events in there where we may have, like our Veterans Day event, for instance, we had 200 people just for that one event. So it's fairly well spread out. And, again, I can promise you if there's issues at the senior center, the seniors will make sure we are very aware of what their needs may be for the future.
Well, it's great being used. And I just echo what Jake said about the parks. We went to a lot of parks over the break, and they're all great and well maintained by Andy and team.
Well, that's kudos to Andy and his group of public services. They do a great job for us as well.
They do. So, thank you.
All right. Any final questions or thoughts? All right. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll stand adjourned. Thanks.
was thinking about Patriots, yeah, some of the
Wasn't really in it from substance, but I didn't hear the term, especially since. And then they're trying to listen to it afterwards, and they don't hear anything.
Yeah, you asked.
Yeah.
You asked.
Well, especially if somebody's trying to do it afterwards.
Okay. So there's no development agreement in the piles about those.
Find a pen here. Yeah, I've got it, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. We all set?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning to the Planning Committee on Monday, January the 5th, 2026. At 10:30 and 11:30 as the meeting is scheduled. I'd like to welcome on the left side, Catherine Whitaker, Alex Crosby on the right, who will be council persons during this event. I'm Mike Tinkey, and we're looking forward to this first meeting of the new year. In public comments, all public comments on agenda items will be held at the beginning. You have 2.5 minutes to make a comment. Give me your name, address, and address it in 2.5 minutes. With that, do I have an approval of the minutes from the December 1st, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? None. It passes. Public comments. Those that would like to make public comments, please come forward. You have 2.5 minutes to address any of the issues here.
Good morning, Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. I'd like to commend this committee for agenda item number 5, which is to discuss the 10-mile overlay zoning district and next steps. I think that, the county has approved its first plan for the 10-mile community. I think we've kind of synced up on the density questions, but I think that we need to do more to make sure that we are, when we're annexing and improving things, that it's in character with the settlement communities. And so there's other things besides density, aesthetics, how things are sited on the actual land. And so I hope that we can get into some further detail on all those other things that make these areas of town or of the county so special. So just wanted to thank you for that. Also wanted to briefly touch on item number 6, which is the new text amendments for accessory structures in the building area ratio. I think those are some good ideas. My concern is that I don't think the public is following along with this at all. I know that our planning department made themselves available on December 13th at the holiday market. I'd really like to see us, as we've discussed, pursue some neighborhood meetings in those areas just to make sure that residents are on board with these changes before they go into effect. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Seeing none, public comments is closed. First item on the agenda is 4A, R2325-3305 North Highway 17. For the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to jump right into this one. This is the Pinnacle Bank building on the corner of Highway 17 and South Morgan's. It was built in 2007 and then later annexed in 2007. And with an automatic zoning designation of R1, it's remained that way since. They're currently requesting AB1 zoning, which would make it compliant with the future land use and zone it for the highest and best use of the property. So that is the current request, and Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval.
Thank you. Discussion? I believe this is correcting a situation that's already been in place. It follows the master plan. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it also fits with the adjoining neighborhood as to what their thoughts and wishes are. So I would move to send this on to town council. Do I have a second? Have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion is sent to council. Moving on to item B, R 2425-1498 Boston Grill Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an annexation and zoning request. This is the 0.93 acres of vacant land that you see here. It is currently in the county as S3. It should be noted this is also in the Hamlin Beach Historic District designation area. So they are currently requesting CC zoning, and this would require both action on annexation and zoning.
May I, do you have an overview of how that fits in the settlement community, please, sir?
All right. So everything within the county right now is S3. The CC would be the most synonymous with that zoning. This is currently owned by the Wigfall Trust family. These three properties right here are owned by the Coakley family, and then the Mazik family own these two properties.
And so if it was annexed, it's coming in at the same designation that we currently have. I understand that, but I mirror what was the public comment earlier. There's an historic overlay that needs to come into place. We don't know exactly how that fits. This gives another level of protection. I think it's too early to go through that without seeing what that historic overlay is or what the governance of that particular area would be from that community, Hamlin community. It's great that it's the same zoning, but I think it's important that it has that other layer of protection. So I would comment from the...
Yeah, what was the Planning Commission's recommendation for this one?
They recommended approval. I will say that they only weigh in on the zoning of the property. It is your purview to address annexation.
Understood. Thank you.
I echo what Mr. Dinky just said.
So I'd move to deny the annex at this point, and encourage staff to move forward with the historic overlay for the area. I also think it's important. It's the same with the next one on the item, rifle range. If you went to Brickyard, or you went to Park West, or you went to Iron or Snee Farm, and you said, well, let's annex a part of any of those items because we would like to have it different from what the protections are of the HOA or the POA there, they would go, you got to be kidding me. Why are you even asking? And so what we're looking to do is have a situation where the settlement community has those level of protections that those other half of our town have in their areas, and all of these precede any of our subdivisions and HOAs today. We have an historic overlay, historic commission at the county level, but it doesn't go yet to the level of a community like 10 Mile that the Historic District Planning Preservation Commission currently has. So the settlement community, which Ms. Boyles worked on so well, gave a framework for what these things are going to look like going forward. The Historic District was referenced of our town for what an overlay would look like, historic overlay would look like. And so I think it's important to find out what they're doing and work together with the staff on that. So I'd like to make the motion to deny the annexation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion is denied. Okay. Second, the
Mr.
next.
Tinky,
Yes.
That was the motion for the annexation. Do you want a recommendation on the zoning?
I think it's mute to that. Let me ask the question of staff. It's really mute to that. It's equivalent right now, correct? Or would we need to go ahead and make the motion on the same thing? If you do the denial, you basically leave it the way it is, which means that you have the, attorney.
Good morning. This is a recommendation. We can't predict how this will play out at council for the annexation. So staff, I believe it's appropriate to have a recommendation as to the zoning as well.
Okay.
So on the zoning, I would make a motion to zone CC.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for the clarification. Next item on the agenda is R2625-1602 Rifle Range Road, request to annex and zone medium density residential district and approximately 0.35 acre parcel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is 1602 Rifle Range that is currently within the county. It's zoned R4. You can see that within the county R4, that is synonymous with the town's version of R3. So that is in part the impetus for their request. Also, the surrounding area is R3. So that was kind of twofold, the reason for the R3 request, but the distinction needs to be made that this is a parcel that is not a part of that Laurel Lakes neighborhood that is zoned R3. This is a parcel that fronts onto a rifle range, and really you can see with the lot layout, there's no chance that it would ever be able to be a part of Laurel Lake subdivision. So we have to kind of look at the future land use in the comprehensive plan. This is conventional neighborhood, and the compatible zoning designations would be RR, R1, and R2. So the Planning Commission did recommend denial on the R3 request, and staff's glad to answer any questions you might have on that.
Questions? You explained that very well, especially the way you have the cul-de-sac there, and also rifle range, and the importance of the density and being compatible with the area. So I concur with the Planning Commission and would move to deny.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It passes. Okay, moving along to R2725-1306 Erkman Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Planning Committee. I'm Chris Luber with the Plan Department. I'm going to be presenting 1306 Erkman Drive's request for rezoning. So currently, right now, this is where the parcel sits across the street from the Erkman Pool Club at the corner of King Street and Erkman Drive. It's currently zoned AB1, which is also compatible with the future land use for the area. You will see, going back at the zoning, you have some R2 zoning in the area on this side of King Street, and also across King Street is all residential. And then also just some history to kind of brief you on how this came about. So this house here was built in 1967. So that's before we adopted a zoning code in 1979. So this is a legal non-conforming land use. The only issue is they're applying to build a residential addition as they age in a home. And they can't expand this footprint without rezoning to a residential district. And that's why this is here before you. And the Planning Commission also recommended approval.
I understand there was a letter. Is there a letter that you have that went to the commission that discussed from the property owner that was really quite compelling for the commission to hear? Do y'all recall that letter from the?
It was in favor of the request. I don't have that letter to show because there were multiple pieces of correspondence, but that both were in favor.
The other, I know from sitting in on these meetings before, because all three of us are new, that the previous chairperson and many before have been consistent in wanting to keep these areas in the commercial area based on the comprehensive plan, which makes sense, and I generally concur with that, and I think it is what we should stick with. However, in this particular case, I must say, I think it fits very well, given the neighborhood, what's happening in the neighborhood, the residential that's surrounded and the use of it. And so I would concur with the wishes of the vote of the Planning Commission to approve this piece of property. But discussion.
I have a question to clarify. The homeowners just wanting to expand their home.
Yes, they just want a little addition off the rear.
The clarification on that I understand, I didn't read it, was that they want to the homeowners want to live in place and have their family move in with them so that they can age in place, and that their family probably will end up taking over the home, but they're going to be living with them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
And I guess they'd have to apply by all applicable laws and zoning as far as how they would do that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Item number E, Land Development Regulations Text Amendment.
Good morning. Kevin Mitchell, Engineering Development Services. This is an update, just a briefing, if you will. It's not an ordinance just yet. So this is just for y'all's input, awareness, providing you commentary, feedback, that sort of thing right now. It has been ongoing for quite some time now. Actually, this started June, July, when the Mayor and Flood Resilience Committee prompted staff to look into an isolated wetlands ordinance similar to the Bluffton ordinance regulations that were moving through at that particular time. Since that prompted middle of summer last year, we went through and took a look at where potentially the isolated wetlands could be to get a kind of sense of scale, what we're talking about town-wide, and then our legal team provided some commentary on the ordinance that Bluffton was moving through. And then at the end, they recommended we seek out some guidance from our Green Commission on this. And that's where my timeline picks up. September 16th was kind of a briefing introduction to the Green Commission at that particular time, seek some guidance. They recommended we form a working group, which consisted of 2 Green Commission members, 2 professionals. One was an Army Corps of Engineer professional. The other one was private sector wetlands professional. We went back to the Green Commission October 21st to discuss our direction, and our approach was just to look at subdividing property only and trying to protect isolated wetlands. When an applicant wants to come and subdivide the property, they were in concurrence with that. So what we did was we looked at our green space ordinance that we currently had. We kind of married that and coupled that together to create what would simulate an isolated wetland protection ordinance. And we went back to the Green Commission on November 18th, and they voted 4-1 to have that moving forward. December 1st, we went to the Flood Resilience Committee. We presented, those recommendations. There were some concerns over the exemptions on that particular ordinance. We were exempting single-family homes, basically development that would seek building permits, not necessarily subdividing property. There were some concerns on that, so we went back and revisited that particular exception on our way to the Planning Commission to seek out some more public input and present it to the Planning Commission at that time. They were, my next slide, they were provided some really good commentary there, and I've got the slide here that kind of summarizes it a little bit. Some of their discussion points were on the green space versus wetlands, who's accounting when. Well, green space doesn't really kick in our regulations until there's 5 acres and greater. That's when it's required. So the comment, or really it was more or less a question about, well, are the isolated wetlands count towards the green space? And the way it's written right now, it does, or it can. there was one commentary about maybe that's a percentage or whatever, but there was really no direction that was received in updating the current ordinance they were looking at to either exclude or include that. But there was some discussion on that. The second point was about the expertise of staff. We're not in the wetland business right now. That's left up to the Army Corps of Engineers and our state folks. But we currently look at stormwater, we look at trees, zoning requirements, things of that nature. When plans come before us, those wetlands are already identified. They're either jurisdictional or non-jurisdictional. And from that point, we work with what's being presented to us. We don't go out and identify those. But of course, so therefore, we don't have anyone on staff that's any kind of expert, but there would need to be some training and stuff like that. So they were concerned on how staff would be ramped up to make all this function properly. Number three, there were some comments on being a little too restrictive and the owner avoiding permitting. Also, they were concerned with, and this was the consensus of, I think, most of Planning Commission members, the inability to recommend more buffers when it's needed. The buffer that's being proposed right now is an average of 10 foot, which is not much. It's more geared towards, well, with the thought process of 1 acre, 2 acre subdividing property, then you've got smaller areas, not hundreds of acres, where a 50 or 75 foot buffer might be more recommended. But I think the consensus for the Planning Commission was that they felt like it was, they would like to have the ability to recommend a wider buffer when it's necessary. Makes a lot of sense there. And that was actually updated in the ordinance. There was a couple of points made about maybe we should create a minimum threshold for single family activity when this kicks in, when it doesn't kick in. And then lastly, it was like most everybody, I think, was in line with allowing this or applying this to single family activity. Comment was there was no real entitlement for accessory units for homeowners. So I think there was no opposition in speaking about private property rights or anything like that, but it was more of like, well, it's not an entitlement for a homeowner to actually have accessory unit when there is isolated wetlands there. So expanding a little bit on the meeting, this is how it was presented to the Planning Commission. Coming out of the Flood Resilience Committee, we knew we needed to address single family impacts. That was the sentiment of where we were headed with this. So I gave options to the Planning Commission to discuss. One option was to just have the owner sign an affidavit, no known wetlands on their property to the best of their knowledge. The second option was maybe staff conduct that with their field visit and determine if there's suspected wetlands, and then the onus would be on the property owner to determine no, those are not wetlands by hiring a professional to provide that sort of further insight. And then third was establishing a minimum soil disturbance that would then kick in a professional wetlands inspection. They preferred, I think the majority of it, to have staff incorporate that into their process to field verify, and if any wetlands were suspected at that particular time, then that would be elevated to the property owner being tasked with demonstrating that those either are or are not isolated wetlands. So, as you can imagine, as I mentioned before, this is new territory for us, and for us to be determining wetlands, not wetlands, this would have to have two things really would be needed: additional training for staff, or either a new position being created that would require an expert wetlands professional to be on staff to help with determining what type of enforcement and the level of enforcement and how we go about doing that, because we are talking about developing and non-developing people's private properties, which will get into the that legal area where we would need to have some expertise providing some of the final decisions on staff's positions, so that sort of stuff. The outline, and you all were provided this on Friday, a copy, a marked up copy. It was updated that morning to include the residential, non-residential permitting activity. That's C1A. That was not in the previous ordinances. So the subdivisions would still remain as is, as they were previously proposed, but we're adding in whoever wants to come into the town and have a building permit would have that initial evaluation done on the property. And I think
Mr.
that-
Mitchell,
Yes, sir.
is commercial included in this, or is it just residential?
Residential and non-residential permit, yes, sir, commercial.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Some previous slides, we kind of broke out the ordinance into focus points were the main key elements. The first focus point was I wanted to make sure that everyone understood we were looking at subdivisions only and not single family. Well, this has been updated to include all single family as well as the commercial areas that would be seeking permits to the town. So just a footnote there, I added the Planning Commission, that comment point of creating a threshold. That, of course, is on the table for discussion if that's even needed. If it's not needed, we just move forward with any and all permits being requested by the town. The second focus point was about the standards of a wetlands professional. There's no change there. We just added when subdividing property to help clarify when that would kick in, when you would need a certified wetlands professional. The third focus point was about the buffer. We did add some updates to that. I reached out to a couple of the HOAs. There was some language about invasive species, what they can and can't do. So that was added to the draft for y'all's consideration. And also taking into point number 4 about the Planning Commission having the ability to increase the width. That too was added just whenever deemed necessary by the Planning Commission. Like if you had a large piece of property in isolated wetlands, then they would have the ability to say double the wetlands or double the buffer or triple the buffer, depending on what they deem necessary to protect the integrity of the wetlands. So we were moving number 4, focus point number 4, and that was that distinction we were trying to make with high ground versus low ground and distance to isolated wetlands on the National Wetland Inventory map. But it really not all that applicable when you're looking at now building permits and anything that comes through the town. It's just any and all things. So it really added something that was kind of unnecessary for the ordinance. So the exemptions, when you do look at all building permits, you can strike through B, C, and D, which is the single family matters, and then you end up with boundary plats, property line adjustments. And Mr. Tinky, I believe you made a comment on the flood resilience about making sure that our Director of Engineering Development Services has some parameters on what he deems as a overriding public interest. So I've added park, recreation facilities, capital improvement projects, critical infrastructure, emergency activities, things like that for you. So hopefully, and of course, anything's up for discussion and recommendation. So I'm here to receive feedback. If y'all would
Mr.
like
Mitchell,
to
I think this is an important, very important topic.
Sir.
I commend the mayor for bringing this up. It's part of our overall comprehensive plan that we're working resilience into our entire comprehensive plan. It's something that's being addressed at many different levels. I think it's instructive for the people listening today that they would know really what the summary of what the intent, sort of the mission and intent is. And in the handout that was prepared for the Planning Commission under summary, it would be helpful if we could put on the record. I'd just like to read on the record what the mission is, because we're sitting here and there's a lot of details and people can get lost in it and whatnot. Do you have that summary or Either one of y'all would have the summary from the Planning Commission that you could read to the record, please.
For the record,
Peter, do you have that, or Michelle?
We do have the overriding objectives, and that is to protect the isolated wetlands, which were a gap was created in 2023 when the Sackett determined the Sackett versus EPA, when the Supreme Court determined the disconnection of wetlands versus the larger body of wetlands that created isolated wetlands. Then that is the primary objective of this ordinance, is to protect those that are not protected. This ordinance does not pertain to jurisdictional wetlands that the Corps already does protect. So the overriding mission of this was to drill down, only protect the isolated wetlands there. So hopefully that was in the explanation. I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, but that could be further elaborated on if you would like.
Did you have the verbiage from that? I think it's important to know that in the plan. I just want to make sure this is correct. That this is what the guiding principle, the summary, was under R 2825, item 7H of the Land Development Regulation text amendment for this, proposing to amend our Chapter 155. Period 054 Green Space Preservation and Protection Plan and Environmental Guidelines for Land Development to include the preservation of isolated wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas. Through the adoption of a local ordinance, all subdivision requests shall be evaluated for features susceptible to sustaining aquatic vegetation, hydric soils, and wildlife found in wetlands. Though these low-lying depressional surface features are an important part of Mount Pleasant's natural resources, they are integral part of sustaining wildlife, provide flood protection, and promote ground recharge. As a result of the 2023, which you referenced before, U.S. Supreme Court ruling, these areas are not classified as Section 404 jurisdictional waters of the U.S. and therefore unprotected from development. This ordinance is proposing to identify and preserve the ecologically benefit these areas uniquely provide our citizens by restricting fill in perpetuity upon all subdivision requests. Is that the summary?
That's correct. That is how the public hearing was advertised. I believe that the amendments from Planning Commission, the modifications, will require this to be reposted as an ad in the future. So as this moves forward, it will have to go through another public hearing, but that was the original purpose and intent from the ad that was posted.
And I think one of the things that was important, our attorney, Mr. Pagliarini here, basically highlighting the change so that we are trying to protect these. And I think it's important to note that what it was before and after, what the state requirements or regulations are, and essentially what a gap analysis is, so we know what we're trying to protect.
Right. Thank you, sir, for reading that into the record. I think it succinctly states the purpose that municipalities around South Carolina and the country are now dealing with, and how we're going to regulate it and how we're going to enforce it. From a legal standpoint, we view these through the lens of the Takings Clause of the United States Constitution. Without getting too far into that arena, I will tell you that in 2024, there was another U.S. Supreme Court case. It is Sheets versus the County of El Dorado. That case, it was an exactions case, and what exactions are when a government entity, in this case it extended to municipalities and the like, create burdens so high that development becomes, it's not proportional. And so that is the lens through we view this. As you see this version today, as to what our staff has worked so hard on, is to try to narrow down and focus on these exceptions. And I will tell you, the exceptions you're looking at on the screen are what came through Green Commission, and the discussion since that point for the benefit of the public has been, can we restrict those? Can we make this more widespread? more of a requirement throughout the town of Mount Pleasant. It is with this in mind that I bring to you the exactions provision. I think there's the focus of, do we want to make this so that our citizens will participate? Obviously, we want that, and we don't want it to be too restrictive. Those are the comments we heard at Green Commission. Versus, how do we enforce it? And that is something that we're always concerned with. And what I'd recommend to this committee and to council, depending on how much council wishes to limit the exceptions, that be done in conjunction with an analysis of what staff we are going to need to enforce it. I cannot stress this enough for two reasons. One is a cost perspective, which falls outside of my arena. Two is in everything that we do, I wake up at 3 a.m. in tears, wondering what's going to happen if I have to stand before court. And if we do not have the appropriate expertise, and yet we are enforcing this, I can assure you that judges are going to tell me to go along my merry way. How do you enforce something that you don't have the expertise to enforce? So I would suggest that all of this be done in conjunction with what it is, how we're going to bolster our ability to enforce this. And I think that should be directly related to the exceptions that are being discussed at this point.
I do. Well, it's not necessary. I don't know who's going to answer the question. I'll just ask it. Y'all figure out who wants to answer it. I agree with what we're trying to do here, and notwithstanding the intent and purpose, nor your comments about not having people object from a personal property rights standpoint, I would like to take us down that particular case study example and maybe have both of you chime in on how this would play out. So if we have a single family homeowner on we don't have a minimum threshold as I understand it right now. So on a quarter acre lot, they want to put in a fence. They have to take down a pine tree, which they would be able to do otherwise. So not getting into tree ordinance right now, but let's just say it's a pine tree that could be removed if they got the permit. So they got to take that pine tree down. But the problem is a suspected isolated wetlands. Again, I don't know the parameters for how many of those we have in the town, but for the purposes of this hypothetical, suspected wetlands there to take this tree down and put up this fence. So we're now having staff do an inspection to figure out if it's wetlands to be able to put this fence in. I would like to know kind of the associated cost implications, but also the time to permit for this homeowner in terms of being able to get this fence in. They've got this new puppy, they need the fence. For example, what are we actually looking at in reality with having these exceptions removed such that now what would have been accepted under DD here, I think, or would have been an exception, is now going to require a staff visit if we do what the Planning Commission suggested and have staff verify that. So does that help me play out that reality, what that looks like?
You're focusing in right in the matter of the situation of we're going to have our now local representative telling a private property owner whether or not this area in their backyard is actually a wetland or just a low area that just holds water. That's where I think that's David's concern. That's his 3 a.m. problem with having somebody that, like me, is not trained in determining wetlands, can't take soil samples, can't look at vegetation. I could look at any wetland and say there's something there, but then actually making it a situation where you can't put a fence in or take a tree down. Now that you've got to go hire some wetlands professional to come out and say, well, Kevin's wrong about that because it doesn't have certain characteristics that a normal wetland does. So the burden would then be transferred back to the homeowner, which that, of course, is time, it's money. Not sure how many of these we will have. I don't expect we would have a whole lot. But that, of course, will add another layer of what the homeowner needs to do based upon somebody with a layman perspective, a layman eye, an untrained eye, that would go out there and require that homeowner to do that. But for your education only, we look at single family developments drainage and trees. We visit the site before a building permit is released. So us being on ground and looking at it and seeing, that's not going to create an extra trip for us to do that. We do not do that for commercial property. Commercial property is a little different. They've pretty much already done their delineation and determined whether or not they do have wetlands, but still it does add another layer if we do need to go by and take a look at that commercial property to see if it's undeveloped, then we know that we really need to go by and take a look at it to see if there's any wetlands suspected. And then that's the same scenario that you're talking about is now it does put the burden of proof back on the owner, which then would have to go and go through the steps to tell staff it is or is not. So there is that element.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Crosby?
Did I remember correctly about how many acres of isolated wetlands we have? Was it about 700? Did I make that up? Or did I remember that correctly?
No, you've been going back through some YouTube videos, and yes, we did an analysis, very high level, using the National Wetland Inventory, which is countrywide. So we compared a couple of pieces of property in Mount Pleasant. One was the Rough Range Road part. The other was Faison property downtown owns, because there were wetlands on that, and that we had a jurisdictional wetland actually conducted. So we used that as a comparison, showing the discrepancies, and we also took the wetlands inventory map and we just defined it to the jurisdiction of Mount Pleasant only, and we further eliminated the wetlands that were within 500 feet of a larger wetland body, because those probably would be jurisdictional, and we tried to get an idea of what the isolated wetlands were, and it came up to a couple of hundred maybe. I don't think we reached 700, but there was enough that the Flood Resilience Committee recommended us, let's move forward and take a look at this. And that's kind of the scale. What we were looking at is maybe a couple of hundred isolated wetlands out there that are unprotected.
Another question. So it's analogous then to the tree ordinance. You'd have a certified person and a tree ordinance that is hired by the property owner, and you have a qualified arborist on town staff. And I think it's only appropriate that you would suggest, if we were to do this, that we would need to have a certified professional on site, not on hire, to take care of this. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, previous slide shows two options: staff seeking some training and becoming more proficient and knowledgeable in wetlands, to be able to speak knowledgeably to property owners about whether or not. And then the other option was to actually create a staff position that will require the credentials of a certified wetlands professional, which is bachelor's degree, 5 years of experience under another certified wetland professional. So it's not something that you could just go and take an internet course, and do it. You actually have to have the educational bachelor degree and work experience under a certified person. So,
well, where I am with this, in the interest of time, is that on this past Friday, we received a lot of this information, and so it really didn't give us much time to do the review that we would like. Secondarily, I had asked if there was any communication, or if we had discussed things with the Southern Environmental Law Center, Waterkeeper, different groups like that, because it's important, because this is a contentious issue, that we would want to have people from the Home Builders Association, all sides of the issue, to weigh in on this. And I'm aware from your your memo on December 16th that there was a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center and Waterkeeper with letters with a recommendation, and they weighed in on the fact of the exemptions, as well as their thoughts on the Bluffton ordinance. As we recall, the Southern Environmental Law Center is actually writing the Bluffton, or has been writing the Bluffton ordinance. I did not receive a copy of that, neither did one of our other committee members, and so I would ask that each of the committee members receive that, and the Flood Resilience Committee receive a copy of that. It was extremely well done. I'm really miffed as to why we didn't receive it as far as communications for this meeting. So that was just an issue. But anyhow, it's very good information. And so I'm do you have any other questions? There's a lot to go into it. I feel like we haven't really had the time.
Yes, sir. And to your point about the Southern Environmental Law Group, we reached out to them when we were in the Green Commission, at the Green Committee. We met with one of their representatives very early on, so they were part of this. And the letter they provided on December 9th just took exception to the strike-throughs. Well, they were not strike-throughs at the time, so I think I have not heard back from them, but I think what we've done is what they've recommended.
It looked like you've done a number of them. It's not really the issue of it. It's just if there's correspondence from a source like this, I'd want to receive that, especially if the commission's seen it and it goes from commission to committee, that we would see that same information. But no, there's a lot done. You've done a lot of hard work on this. The staff's done wonderful work on it. It's really important. I don't think it's ready for prime time to go to council, and at least from my perspective, I think we need more review on it, because it's really an in-depth thing, as you have seen. It's got to be challenging, and so I appreciate the work that you're doing with it, all of you. And so I think my recommendation is that we take this as information, but we don't make a recommendation to council.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think you were saying it wasn't ready. It's not an ordinance yet.
Right.
I think that's how we started this. We're still working on it. I really do appreciate all the hard work that's been put into this. I think, we've got the right intent. We just got to get the details right before this is ready for prime time. So I agree with Mike on that.
It will be presented later at the Flood Resilience Committee meeting too. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Everything else is done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 5, discuss Charleston County 10-mile overlay zoning district and next steps.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to go through just a little bit of how we got where we are as far as the county's efforts and the town's involvement. So in 2016, there was an updated resources survey that was conducted by the county. A few years later, as you mentioned earlier, the town council created our settlement community task force. That task force met for about a year before they finalized their recommendations. And some of the recommendations are what formulated and would have helped create where we're at today. 2022, Charleston County approved the 10-mile district as a historic district. And what they found was that historic district, when you wanted to do something, you went to a countywide historic commission. But what they were looking at and what they could consider was not really establishing guidelines. They didn't have really any teeth for anything. What they were looking at was the scale and the mass of things, the appropriateness of design. Did it fit in with the existing land use patterns? So they were looking at a lot of things like that, but they got into a little bit of trouble when they tried to establish specific guidelines. And so for the next 3 years, we saw the 10-mile community meeting. It was community driven. The community wanted it. And they met with the county, and the town staff was involved with that as well. And what came out of that was the zoning overlay district that was adopted early in December. So that's kind of where we're at. So we have, and just to back up a minute, we have 3 historic districts in the county east of the Cooper. That's Hamlin Beach, 10 Mile, and the Phillips community. Those are all historic, but they all are sort of still in the place where the 10 Mile community was, where they said, we don't have established guidelines, and what we're enforcing is really kind of subjective. And so the 10 Mile is the first and only community for now that has created a zoning overlay district. That overlay district literally replaces the underlying zoning. So it establishes permitted uses, conditional uses, density, intensity, the development standards that are allowed or required there. It touches on things like fences, signage, pedestrian walkways, where you can store your vehicles, street names, gated communities, no private gated communities, and it also established special stormwater requirements. Last, it touches on non-conforming uses and when a traffic impact study is required within that overlay. This is the overlay district. The outline is, and I couldn't find a good outline copy from the county, but it's literally all the brown area and the light shaded area that you see. The blue and red are the commercial properties within the 10-mile overlay. And then the gray areas are those areas that are excluded from that overlay because they're already in the town. So we've talked about a couple things getting up to where we are now. Everything within that 10-mile historic district and within the overlay is in the county. Okay, so the things that we've been talking about up to this date are what happens when the town annexes a property and brings it into the town within those geographic boundaries. Well, number one, right now, we have matching underlying zoning. So we can match the densities. We can match what any sort of development might look like as far as how many houses you can get on a piece of property. What we don't have is a historic commission, which the county has, and that's a county-wide commission. So you have members from Snowden, you have members from Johns Island sitting on that commission. And we don't have this zoning overlay now. And so where we're at is we could adopt a similar zoning overlay for those properties that were to be annexed and come into the town. So that I think what we were seeing and some of the concern that the town council had was we don't want folks coming out of that overlay, coming into the town to get around some sort of development requirement that would be required there. So what we could do, I think in the short term, is look at that zoning ordinance, that zoning overlay that they adopted, and we could look at adopting a similar overlay. Now, it's not a copy and paste. I wanted to point that out. There's a lot of references to county code. There's a lot of, and I think we would need to look at some of their standards. Do we want to take it exactly as it is and change those references? Because we may not want to allow the housing types they allow. That's something that council is going to have to consider. And I want to give you an example. In this yellow area, and I'll stand up so I think when I point. So this yellow area right here is all suburban urban, I think is what it's called in the overlay. Right now, that 10-mile overlay that they just adopted, if you own a piece of property, thanks Peter, in that area, you can go for a special exception at the County Board of Zoning Appeals, and if they approve it, you can put a triplex in. Now, that's what the 10-mile community wanted. That's what they adopted in the overlay. But those are things that the town council would need to consider when they bring in that overlay. Is do we want those same housing alternatives, and do we want our detached accessory structures to be unlimited? So, for instance, in some of those areas in the 10-mile overlay, you can have a detached accessory structure with no size limits. And in the town, we have very specific size limits. So those are some things that are going to have to be considered. But I think the quick and easy is to create those same zoning standards that have been adopted and have the same geographic boundaries so that perhaps when somebody wants to come into the town within that area, they are not getting around this new zoning overlay. There's something else to consider. So we have zoning, and then we have the historic designation in the county. So even if I'm in the county and I'm within that overlay and I want to build something, I have the zoning overlay and we now have established standards, but I still have to go to the county-wide Historic Preservation Commission to get a certificate of appropriateness, a COA. Now, again, this is a new overlay, so we don't have a lot of history here of what they're going to be looking at. They do have guidelines that they look at, and they look at, character. They look at appropriateness of design. They look at, does it fit in with the surrounding land use patterns? But ultimately, what gives them authority to really establish anything is the zoning overlay. So those are things that we would have to consider, is we can have the same zoning overlay, But if somebody's in the town and we apply that zoning overlay, we're not sending them to get a COA from the county historic preservation. So there's still that gap. There's been talk about creating a similar historic overlay. Well, there's things to consider with that as well. Do we have our own town commission? Does the 10 Mile have their, do we have a joint county town commission? Does 10 Mile have their own commission? And then as Hamlin comes in, does Hamlin have their own commission? Phillips Community. So these are things that we're going to have to consider. I think the historic district designation and the fact that there's a commission countywide, I think that's a little more convoluted, and it's going to take some more thought. I think that in the short term, I think we can look at that zoning overlay, and I think that's something that staff can look at, work with county staff. We can look at a very similar or same identical overlay zoning. I think that's a quick, easy fix for when you get down to somebody trying to do something that wouldn't be allowed in this new overlay zoning. Does that protect the integrity of the boundaries of the historic district? Those are things that, we're going to have to talk through and figure out. But that's kind of where we're at with that. And I really wanted to kind of open it up for discussion and get your thoughts and ideas and how we should move forward. So,
yeah, thank you. I think this makes a lot of sense to try to continue to be consistent. Obviously, we've tried to be consistent on the density with the county for these same reasons, so that we're not creating, someone trying to do something by being in the town versus the county. So to me, to apply that same thought process to overlay zoning makes sense. I agree with you, what you've already called out in terms of the town zoning issues that may be different than what the county has in their overlay. So I think, for me, I would like staff to look at this and to come back to us with a recommendation for a similar overlay zoning for us to consider.
Okay. Green, do you mind repeating what you said about the COA? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
About repeating what you said about the COA.
So there's a countywide historic preservation commission. And any properties or anything that's designated in a historic district countywide goes to that historic preservation commission. Much like if you were to live in the Old Village Historic District, you would go get your COA. The difference is the countywide historic preservation commission. It is countywide. It's not just communities east of the Cooper, and they have guidelines and design things, but they don't all have these zoning overlays. But what I wanted to kind of point out was, even if we have the town, even if we adopt a very similar zoning overlay, we don't have a commission for them to go to. So if the town council were to annex a property out of within that 10 mile overlay, we could apply the same zoning standards as they would in there, but we wouldn't have, right now at this point in time, we wouldn't have a commission to send them to get a COA like they would if they were still in the county. And so that's still the gap. And as I said, it's still yet to be seen what authority they're going to have, because the zoning overlay is new. They've tried to establish things, and they've denied things in the past, the Preservation Commission, based on things that were subjective, and they got pushback on it. And that's how we ended up with the zoning ordinance. They said we need something where we actually have guidelines that we can enforce. So I think we're going to have to watch that play out a little bit, but that's still going to be a gap. Even if we have a similar zoning overlay, there's still that countywide commission that you're required to go to get that certificate of appropriateness, is what it's called.
So go ahead. Yeah.
My only follow-on question was with regard to making it be applicable for all three of the communities rather than just the one. To me, it would be great to be able to do it all at once rather than, and have this in place for all three of those. If we're trying to do it for one, why not kind of make it consistent? Though I don't know if we talked to those communities about it and, addressed all of this and what the unintended consequences would be. So we'd want to uncover that.
Right.
But if possible, to me, rather than singling out 10 Mile, but I realize that's already been done.
No, that's a great point.
There's an ability to do that.
Right, and that's a great point. And I think, and Liz may have a little more information on it. I know, I suspect that may be coming next. Perhaps Hamlin. Hamlin is next. So Hamlin Beach community is now going to be working with the county and will be involved to come up with a zoning overlay that's different from 10 Mile. It may have some similarities, but they're a different community. So I think we've got to when we add in these other communities, we've got to let the county go through their process. We got to be involved with it. And then, you know, presumably next we'll have the Phillips community. So I think those are things that are going to be coming down, and we'll have to, I think, reevaluate it and make decisions about what sort of, do we create a similar historic commission? Do we work with the county on coming up with a joint one? But it's going to take time. So I think for now, like I said, now that we have this 10 Mile overlay, that really gives us something to lock into and work on, I think.
Well, I concur with Ms. Councilman Whitaker and Crosby on the zoning. I think you've done thank you for the presentation and the way you've done it. To the point of a similar one, my earlier comments were Brickyard is a little different from Park West, which is a little different from Sneed Farm. And so they have unique needs, and in working with them, they are quite unique. And so they, one may want barns and chickens, and one may not, and one may not. So,
right.
You know, what may more different types of programs. So I think it's important that we work quickly on that historic overlay, and it's really in the hands of the county to see if they will make a unique historic designation overlay for 10 Mile or Hamlin or Phillips. But I think that's important to do, because what we've heard from testimony here in the past on Beehive or the other areas, if you just do the zoning without doing the other, you can have quite a different neighborhood, because they're not adhering to that historic overlay. Just like in Old Mount Pleasant is different from the Old Village as far as what you can do in those two. And so I think it's important. The other thing, if you'll pull up that map again, just for the
yeah.
Of the
Eric, can you pull up that PDF?
It showed the that last map.
Yeah, we're gonna try and make it a little bit bigger. Thank you.
Yeah, should be this. That one. So the only point I want to make here is that, again, if you just didn't say 10 Mile here and you said Brickyard or Sneed Farm, you wouldn't take properties out of this and say, well, they're just not going to adhere to this. So I think it's important. Without the historic overlay, you're right, there's that gap. So however you could work with staff, y'all could work with staff and of the county and others to fill that gap. I think it's important because, as we've talked about before, there'll be a domino effect of people wanting to annex because they see that they don't have a historic overlay, which gives them more freedom, potentially or otherwise. What action do we need to take any action at this point? Just pass it on?
I think just giving us the directive of going back and working with the county on a similar zoning overlay, and we can try and bring back something to you next month and just continue to work on that, and we'll go from there. I think that's plenty for us to move forward.
And do you think that gives you all the time to deal with the issues that are coming down the line with y'all as far as annexations, et cetera?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving right along, number 6, discuss input received from December 13th public input meeting for the text amendments pertaining to the accessory structures and building area ratio.
Yeah, I'll move quickly. I know we're behind. We did have we set up a table at the holiday market. We were there for a few hours. We had about 50, 60 people stop by. Most people, we've got several things going on here. We've got BAR that will apply to Old Mount Pleasant, but we have other text amendments that are going to apply town-wide. In my opinion, probably the most significant are the detached accessory structure changes to Old Village Historic District. And so most thought the increased setbacks for taller buildings were a good idea. For BAR, we did have one resident that lives in that area that thought 50% wasn't enough. If you'll recall, if I have an 8,000 square foot lot, I can't have more building on it than 4,000 square foot. One resident had a comment about the placement of if I have a detached ADU, not having windows or stairs facing my immediately adjacent neighbor. So those are some things that we wrote down and took in. We are having another meeting, so we'll be requesting a deferral next Tuesday at Town Council again. It will be Wednesday, January 14th, Alhambra Hall, 5 to 7 p.m. We are mailing out to over 2,300 letters to residents in Old Village and Old Mount Pleasant. We'll be putting signs up and then working with our communications office to do social media. So we'll have another meeting, hopefully get more input and be ready, maybe with possible amendments, maybe not, in February for final reading. And I'm happy to answer questions with that, or I can move on.
No, I think it's great.
Great.
I thank you for stuffing those envelopes on
Thanks for stopping by.
on Friday night. I enjoyed being part of that. If you
Yeah.
could just share what that letter is with the staff,
course.
with the
Yeah.
committee after, so we know what the letter is and we can help
Sure.
spread the word. you
Of
know.
course.
But I think that's great. Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions for you? Moving right
Okay.
along to the last, number 7.
Yeah.
We may make the time.
We're close. Last but not least, we do our annual development agreement report. We only have 2 active development agreements. Carolina Park, it's set to terminate in 2028 unless they decide to extend that. All Carolina Park obligations have been met, though, and there's nothing outstanding there. We have Liberty Hill Farms. We're at the finish line of Liberty Hill Farms as well. They have dedicated all their open space, their trails, anything that was supposed to be dedicated to the town has been done. All streets have been done, and then they've dedicated their 2-year maintenance bond to the town. They did in 2023 got a 5-year extension, so that will expire unless they extend it beyond that. And last, Patriots Annex, their development agreement actually expired. I think it was October of 2025. They did not get it extended. Their development agreement was very basic. It wasn't as extensive as the Carolina Park one. But we did want to point out that there were no fees brought in, payment in lieu of taxes. Their pilot program is actually adopted through a separate agreement, so it's not dependent on their development agreement that's expired. And but no funds were due in 2025 from their pilot. And so that's all we have, and we're happy to answer questions you may have.
I had one question on Liberty Hills, just a question of information. With these public trails, are those open to the public?
Yeah.
Okay, so then this is great with our recreation department, because I know he's updating what's available to the public. And what would be interesting is to see, just like Mayor Riley did many, many years ago, he said he wanted to take the whole peninsula and be able to see you could walk the peninsula. Perhaps we can't do that, but to the extent that we could walk the waterfront in Mount Pleasant, and with this being a beautiful area, absolutely stunning area, I think it'd be important for the people to be aware of it and start to have that as a strategic plan. I could imagine we'd have people applauding and having just a great time. And we heard earlier about the kids out, that what a great place to take a walk. So if we can get that, it would be great. Is there anything else for the meeting today? Because the next item is to adjourn. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes,
Anything else? With that, this is meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
No, Jake's going to see those. So those votes are close.
Yeah.
Good to see you. No, thank you. No, that's
Thank you.
I didn't ask if she called in.
I don't know if that made it.
I know, but
It is. It's just hard to do it. It's just hard to do
Did she call
it.
in?
You almost have to break it up.
Yeah. Did Laura call in? Okay.
She may have been listening on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's probably what she meant.
Okay.
She said she'd be listening in. Yeah.
Sorry. I got on time. Yeah, I know exactly. The snack, checks and email, What? I'm down here. Yeah. Is there still lunch? Is there still lunch? Oh, she started yet. Oh, good. I can't wait. Oh, so you. Look at that. Yeah.
Your wheels.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Still want to just maybe
Good.
say you. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, good. Thank you, though. Good idea. All righty. Was I polite enough? What? Thank you.
I don't want to miss lunch. I don't want to
You've been sitting.
That's not the issue. That's not
Members ready? All right, let me call to order the January 5th meeting of the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee. I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday season, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's. I want to thank all of our first responders, our public services, people who are out there working hard for what y'all did, keeping us safe. I don't know if it was just me, but it seems like I've heard more sirens and more emergency responses in the last couple of weeks. I don't know if the record shows that, or maybe I was just more sensitive to it. But it had me wondering how much was going on. But thank y'all very much, and we will get our business done here and get on with lunch, because I know everybody's doing their New Year's resolution diet shake for lunch, and it won't take that long. Item number 2, approval of the minutes from our December 1st meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It is approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward. Name, address, 2.5 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Craig Tazolino, 1431 Glencoe Drive.
A little louder? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I tend to speak loud. I didn't want to get too close to it. It's Craig Tazolino, 1431 Glencoe Drive. not a great public speaker, but I wrote down a few notes. You folks are going to get an email from me, I guess from Ms. Barrett. But what I'd like to talk about is the real-world application of the noise ordinance as I've experienced it. I've had about a 2.5-year odyssey with Public Supermarket, and they're continuing violations of the noise ordinance. They've been cited. The way the law is written, well, it's actually designed to hold an owner responsible for the ordinance and not any employees, is making it very difficult for me to get any justice. I know, Mike, you're very familiar with what I'm talking about. The law states that an employee cannot be held responsible, but when dealing with a faceless corporation like Publix, the employees in management are the ones who are actually responsible for the day-to-day operations of the business, and thus the violations. But I don't really see any real world, even though we've discussed it, but I don't even see any real world reason that management shouldn't be held responsible for what's happening. My experience with the court, because I've been to court, is that Mr. Grossman isn't very confident that the tickets that are being issued are to the correct person, because they might not be able to be written to the management, say in Publix in this case. The police don't want to write tickets that won't hold up in court, and I've gotten this right from the police officers themselves. And often I've dealt with officers who are very unsure of the law and its vagaries. The other example that I would want is the amplified music that I've experienced from my father's mustache. That I've called the police, and they've tried to help me. But I've been told by the police that they must be able to hear it inside my home in order to write a ticket, even at 1 o'clock in the morning. But one of the vagaries there that I've experienced is that no one knows if the windows, when the police come in, whether the windows need to be open or closed to hear the noise. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll just ask this. Do I have a right to have my windows open and not hear music from the bar after 9 p.m.?
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? All right, if there's no one else, public comment is closed. Police Matters Years of Service, we don't have a ceremony here today, but I did ask Chief to tell us about one they did for one of our dedicated employees.
So, thank you, Mayor, Council. Employee is Officer German. She was a fantastic officer. She's been with us for 5 years. She's a member of our training cadre, so she trains new officers. She's also a member of the Harbor Unit. Recently met all the requirements to be promoted to senior police officer. Fantastic employee. So
great.
Glad to have her for 5 years. Hope we have a lot more.
Recognized her and tell her we recognized her in absentia today. Thank you.
Will do.
Appreciate it, Chief. All right. Item 5 is judicial matters. Discussion and possible action regarding procedures for municipal judge reappointment process. I'm not sure who is supposed to carry the item. I mean, I can do it. But Howard, you've been on this committee for a couple of years. I don't think either one of y'all has had. I know you haven't, Councilmember Crosby. But every time that it comes around that we reappoint judges, we put the word out. I think we're required to advertise and do all of those things. And sometimes there have been, how many? 14? Yes. Christine, there have been a dozen. And in my experience, which is now 8 years, and I can't remember if I was on it before, I don't think I was, every sitting judge who has applied to be reappointed has been. And we get tremendous talent of people that do apply, and they're wonderful people, but as you can imagine, with something as important as a judgeship, the best thing on your resume is a history of showing that you're a good judge, handling, as I've heard, in those interviews, sometimes 250 traffic tickets a week that they adjudicate. And if there was a problem, we would know about it. We would hear about it from our citizens. We would hear about it from our staff. We would probably hear about it from law enforcement. And so all this is meant to do is to try to streamline that process, because there are wonderful people whose time is worth a lot of money per hour that are coming and sitting and waiting and being interviewed. And they would be wonderful judges, but we don't unseat the ones we have that are doing what we asked them to do, but just because there are other wonderful people out there. So I think, Madam Clerk, if I'm right, what we would like to do is not go through that process if every judge, or how would we actually work this and keep it legal, so that we don't have to have all these people applying, showing up, taking their time, and we end up reappointing the judges that already have a good track record. So I'll leave it to you, or Madam Clerk.
Good morning. Currently, the judges all serve 2-year terms, so every 2 years. So this year, we would have to reappoint all 5 of the judges, and they're in 2 different lots. So we have some coming up in June, July timeframe, and the rest of them would be in the November, December timeframe. So I think generally what we had done before is whenever their terms are expired, we would just reach out, make sure they're still interested in serving, and they would just send a letter saying that they are, and then they would come up for reappointment and be considered for reappointment by council.
Okay. So in thinking about this, since we first discussed it, I guess it begs the question, though, that we should do our fiduciary responsibility and at least discuss the judges that are there, get feedback. But am I interpreting this correctly? Unless there is a known vacancy, and we do have one coming up, that we would not put it out for other applicants, or we would just not hold hearings or interviews?
I think that's up to you.
I'm going to ask legal. I know there are guidelines for things like this. So,
thank you, Mayor, committee. I think the question is, what I think the threshold is, what is the due diligence? What is the, as you use the term, fiduciary requirement? Our ordinance is non-specific in that regard, and the states graciously allow us to manage our courts how we wish. So let me first say there is no interview process guaranteed or required. So that is a function of this committee and council. Should you wish in a year where we get 12, or in a time period where we get 12 applicants, whether you want to interview one, some, or all, there is no issue or concern with reappointing. The question, again, I think Christine said it appropriately, is what is it that the committee and ultimately council wishes to do? And you can open it up, or you can simply reappoint without taking any further steps.
Right.
So we can write it how you wish for it to be. Okay. I will tell you that as it's currently written, it allows for all of the scenarios which we've discussed.
All the possibilities.
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, and since we do have a new member and new members of council, we recommend a full council. Full council actually makes the appointment, but it has always followed, the process that we went through. Right. So what I would like to sort of think out loud about, this is not a motion, if all the judges apply, bring that issue to this committee. This would be an executive session thing because it's personnel.
Yes, sir.
And if we see no reason not to reappoint the sitting judges, we would come out of executive session and say we recommend a full council their reappointment. If there's a vacancy, then it goes out, and then we have to do the interviews. But I guess the nuance to that would be when, well, never mind. The vacancies happen, sometimes they happen when the appointment actually runs out, but in my experience, it has been more between those
Correct.
times.
Correct.
Okay. So in a time when terms are running out and one judge goes off, then I guess we would say we want to reappoint the ones that are here, but we would hold interviews for applicants who have not been previously served. Right.
Yes, sir. I think in the term of reappointments, the committee could decide to advertise it.
Right.
Or simply reappoint as necessary. In vacancies, again, I think there's, just by the nature of it, there's going to be a request period and a vetting period for
Right.
that
Okay.
as the committee sees fit. If it gets to the council level and council has a different opinion on what should happen, then council is welcome to provide that scope and process as to how it should happen.
Okay. And just to sort of get in the weeds on this, so when our judge who needs to, was this judge resigning now or just not seeking reappointment?
No, she resigned as of December 31st, so we have a vacancy
So we have
through
a
to June.
vacancy.
She would have been reappointed in June.
In
Or
June.
eligible.
That's where I was going with this. So,
Correct.
So we are going to have a special meeting. We're going to interview people, but then when that term comes up, they need to be reappointed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. But then they would be a sitting judge on whom we have a body of work to evaluate.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we thought through all the scenarios.
Yes, sir. You said it correct.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, it sounds like we've been blessed to have wonderful judges that have reappointment for the last 8 years or whatever else. Conversely, in some of our other committees, there have been times when we did not reappoint.
Right.
And so if you went into executive session, I guess I would just have you think of the unintended consequence if you have 4 judges up for, I like where you're going, but if you have 4 up for reappointment and it comes out of the committee that we're going to seek applicants for one, but not the other 3, how does that work? And so that's the only thing I would say, because that's sort of an unintended consequence. I agree with you, why put the people through all this pain and hardship and all that, if you can, but we also need to think about the unintended consequence if that happens, because there's going to be a time when there's not going to be the wish of the group to reappoint, I would imagine.
I've never seen that happen,
Okay.
so if you're asking my opinion, I think the upside is better than the downside because I've never seen that happen. Yeah, but that's a fair point. I agree. Yeah. So we don't need to take any action to do that, right? Because we're not guided by anything. It doesn't take an ordinance of council to do that, right?
That's correct, sir. I mean, the way you've explained it, at least the concerns I've heard, I've noted no necessary changes in the ordinance because it is fairly malleable as council wishes for it to happen.
Okay.
As always, we want to maintain fairness and certainly fairness itself, and also the appearance of fairness.
Transparency, right?
Exactly, and so if those were to, it'd certainly be on legal and staff. If there was a feeling that wasn't happening, I can't imagine a scenario where that would be, but then I think that's a safeguard against those types of concerns.
Okay. All right. Any other input? We'll go that route, and as we go forward with that, to streamline and to reaffirm good judges are good judges, and that's what we want. We will rely on input from everybody, in this room on that, and we will seek that. But let's just make sure that we go through that process. Any other comments on that? All right, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so that closes item 5A. 6, legal matters. There are no agenda items. 7 would be to adjourn, so we will stand adjourned. All right.
There you go.
expecting a bigger crowd. They'll be here for the roundabouts. Maybe, I don't know. Horace Pettit came in this morning to see me, and I don't know if you remember Horace, our roadway inspector, for many years, 30 years. Anyway, he lives on Pocahontas, and he says, I really like it. He says, y'all are going to have to do something about the radiuses. I'm like, yeah, we're aware of that. For people driving through them. He does. You saw him? Yeah. He pretty much looks about the same.
It's not like we're gonna go real long anyway.
All right, let me call to order the Flood Resilience Committee meeting for this Monday, January 5th, 2026. Thank y'all for being here. Item 2 is approval of the minutes of December 1st.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward, name and address. No one for public comment? All right, we will move to item 4. Update on local wetland ordinance and discussion. Hey, Kevin. How you doing? Good. And I think we were all in the room on the update for planning, which you chaired. I know you were there, and you asked for an exemption from this meeting, but the chair would not grant it. So I was here too. So the learning curve isn't as steep as it might have been, but we do need to work with you and with each other on a coordinated path forward. So if you'll just sort of touch on that for us.
I will. I'll be very brief then with that, and I do appreciate it because we are here for direction and feedback for this, because this is just an update. You know the history here, Green Commission, Flood Resilience, we got your feedback and commentary from the last months about the exceptions, exempting the single-family home. We took that to the Planning Commission. We had some good feedback from the Planning Commission. Hitting it very quickly here, they asked about the green space because we were proposing to kind of couple that with the green space ordinance. It seems to fit better. With that, the green space doesn't kick in until 5 acres and greater. They asked the question about whether or not the wetlands, the isolated wetlands, if they were protected, could that be counted toward green space or not? And the way it's written as is right now, it can be counted toward green space. But again, all under the discussion of y'all's direction. Concerns were expressed about expertise on staff. We can talk about that too. Also, there was some commentary about being overly restricted. Owners would avoid permitting altogether if it really was. The inability for the Planning Commission to increase the buffer width when needed. And I did insert something for the Planning Commission to provide some flexibility on that. And also, number 4, establishing a threshold was a possibility. It was kind of kicked around, but no real directive as in an acre, 2 acres, that sort of stuff. They just kind of openly talked about it. And then final statements were about, this isn't really a right of the homeowner to have accessory structure. So I think everybody was fairly comfortable with moving forward with single family activity being under this regulation for isolated wetlands.
As opposed to just subdivisions.
Subdivisions,
right.
Yes, sir. If you recall, we were taking that approach.
Right.
And we have since adjusted that to where it's building permits and subdivisions.
Got it.
So, okay. I
Committee members, y'all all.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question.
Okay.
How
Yes, sir.
Individual, single family versus the subdivision got added. So you're saying that the Planning Commission suggested that?
They were in favor of adding that, yes, sir. And following that meeting, I have since made that adjustments for you guys to take a look at it and consider it as part of that ordinance. And again, it could be removed as well or adjusted accordingly here.
Well, it takes away from a reason not to have exceptions, because if you only did subdivisions, the review
yes, sir,
would have already been done for the subdivision, so you'd already know where. But if you're doing it for all single family, then there is a reason to have the exceptions.
Very true, sir, and we have struck through many of the exceptions, which we will get to in just a second. And you may not have been here earlier, but next couple of slides we'll talk about those exceptions. But how it was proposed to the Planning Commission was three different options. One, the owner determine, say, sign an affidavit, no wetlands on property. Staff gives cursory field review and determine whether or not they suspect wetlands or not suspect wetlands, and then the owner, it would be upon, the burden would be on him to determine, to get a wetlands professional to say it is or it is not. Or the third one, and these are options for consideration of Planning Commission, the third one was establishing some minimum soil disturbance. They really liked number two as an option of moving forward with what came out of the Flood Resilience Committee meeting of having staff to go out and give it a kind of a once-over oversight, determine if there's any isolated wetlands on their property. So the enforcement piece, I think, is probably a good time to maybe have some conversation on whether or not, obviously if staff is going to be involved, there will be existing training that would be needed. And then, of course, there could be a possibility of having a new person, a new staff person that is actually a certified scientific wetland professional on property, which is on staff, which is different than just somebody having some certifications for it. So there is this hierarchy that you can get into when you approach this. You can be very aggressive or the least aggressive that you could possibly be. Number one being the most aggressive in your regulatory, and that is require any and all wetlands professionals to determine if there's isolated wetlands on their property. Or you can use some modeling that is represents the possibilities of wetlands and use that as determining whether or not a qualified wetlands professional is needed. Or, and I think this is where Planning Commission wanted, is having the staff perform some wetland screening prior to a building permit to provide some type of positive, negative feedback criteria that they would have to develop to determine whether or not this homeowner needs to take the next step. And of course, number four would be the owner affidavit, and then exempt all wetlands. So I think the direction of where we're headed in is number three, where staff would be doing this type of screening prior to a building permit being released.
But Kevin,
yes, sir.
Could you go back to that? That would not require us to hire somebody. We could do it through education.
Well, there's two options on the table. Yes, sir. There's two ways of approaching it. Either we provide additional training for our existing 4 inspectors. We've got 2 inspectors that do commercial and subdivisions, and we've got 2 inspectors that do residential, single-family residential inspections. So those 4 would actually have specialized some training to be able to determine whether or not there's indications of wetlands there. They would not be a certified professional wetland, because that does take a bachelor's degree, 5 years of experience.
Don't want to do that.
That's where the next step, I think, would be, is talking about how this is going to be administered. And yes, whether or not we can develop some type of screening where they're potential or not potential. That way we're maintain some consistency with the applications. Okay.
Keep going, I'm sorry.
That's okay. A couple more slides here. We're going to get into the exceptions on this other one, but I sent the draft on Friday with some recent updates that showed C1A that does show all permitted non-residential, residential applications being screened for isolated wetlands. But again, what we talked about, subdivisions, there were no changes to that one as was before. Focus point, Mr. Mayor, I could go into a little more detail. I can skim through this very quickly if you like.
Well, and to put everything in context, just in talking to other members of the committee, we're not ready to bring things to council next Tuesday. We don't think we're at that stage yet. There's some details I would like to delve into more, just privately, and get information that's not going to hold up everything. So with that in mind, hit the highlights, and we're going to have at least another month to delve into all the details. But I appreciate you bringing all these.
Okay, I'll just skip through this real quick.
All right.
I did add some language into the latest version, allowing Planning Commission to deem wider buffer widths when it's necessary. If there's a larger tract of land, and I think the average is 10, which is very small for a single family area, and that's what we had in mind. But if there's a larger tract, it could be double or triple, depending on the Planning Commission deeming it necessary. So that was added. And Mr. Chapman, the exemptions, because we are including the permits for single family, non-residential, the B, C, D are really not that applicable here. So we could strike through those particular items there, and the cleaner version would be just boundary plats, property line adjustments. There was that discussion from Planning Commission. They spent a little bit of time on the possibilities of having a minimum threshold that this would be applied to. But again, there really was no directive on whether it be an acre, half an acre, or what have you. But just wanted to keep that on the table for discussion. And lastly, the third item, there were some comments, Mr. Tinky, about drilling down on what the Director of Planning or Director of Engineering Development Services would provide the overriding public interest, and that's public facilities, parks, roadway, critical infrastructure, things like that. Hopefully that helps reel that in just a little bit. But Mr. Mayor, I did that very quickly.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so
you go back. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So just as we're going through it, what was the reasoning on 2A and B? Why the a lot size less than 10,000 was you had a 30%, and then the B it was 20% on 10,000 and greater.
Yep. That's the green space. That's already in our ordinance.
Right.
That is not being changed at all. So if you're 5 acres and greater, Mr. Tinky, then you would have to reserve 30% with 10,000 square foot lots, or 20% with greater than 10,000 square foot lot subdivisions. So that is being exactly the same as it used to be.
And throughout the document, what's the reasoning? We went through this with the tree ordinance. In the tree ordinance, we wanted to have it be protection, preservation, and enhancement. Preservation is different from protection. And I noticed throughout the document you've struck preservation. Protection, you could protect a piece of a tree, but if you want to preserve it, you have to do certain things to it. So what was the reasoning behind striking the word preservation throughout this document?
It kind of felt like protection was a little stronger.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Okay.
Happy to put preservation back if you'd like to do that. But that was the only reason. It was just kind of a little bit of a cleanup, along with adding the wetland language in there too. So.
Yeah, I like the trying to do both if you can.
Sure.
Okay.
Great, thank you. We would definitely like to send you feedback, copy each other, and then bring this back next month as well. And Ms. Pagmarini, if you don't mind, I have another layman, highfalutin legal question for you. And while you're walking up, back when we were doing some things like some moratoriums, I'm talking 10 years ago, when we did the plastic bag ordinance and stuff, we were not the first or only ones to ever do any of these, but we were, early. We were early adapters and adopters. And so as we do this, the only municipal one that I'm aware of as of this month, I think, is still Bluffton, if I'm correct on that.
That's correct.
So one of the things I remember you preparing us for is people sort of going after the validity of the ordinance itself.
Right.
And so as we get closer, when did we start this? Was it last June, July, something like that? Okay, so we're inside a year. As you know from the noise ordinance, these things can take a year or a year and a half. So are we being overly cautious to make sure that that when we do something like this, I mean, there's only one other one out there like this. And to our knowledge, it's so new it hasn't been tested. So what do we need to be thinking about as we write an ordinance that is this groundbreaking?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. I think it's exactly what we think about, both at the legal side and the staff side. And over the years, Mayor, you're correct. The town has broken a lot of ground and been at the forefront of many things, including something like this. And I said some things this morning. From a legal standpoint, the most expensive, my negative mind is, what is the worst thing that can happen to the town, right? And Mayor, you may remember in COVID, and this is the best example I can provide, Mayor was concerned, council was concerned, I was very concerned, because no one had ever shut down businesses before. And we had this notion, we didn't know what was going to happen, but we were mindful of restrictions on business and whether that is something that could materially and financially affect the town. And we always look at things from the worst case scenario. What we look at here are takings, because those are a very expensive proposition. There's no cheap way out of that. And so our first concern is, are we doing something that is going to run afoul of current, and I say current because there's a lot of cases every year where it changes takings jurisprudence, and that is, in summary, are we doing something that's making it overwhelmingly burdensome for our owners? If we're doing that, then we draw the attention of all the class action, and they just catch everything in that net, and so we want to avoid that in as much as possible. I think what we're seeing here is something that is very specific. There's a purpose. The public purpose, of course, is to protect wetlands. And I think that the questions that we get into are what is worth it and what isn't. Now, far be it from me to say losing 1 square foot of wetlands is acceptable. That's a policy question. But the reality is, what are we protecting and what are we subjecting our owners to? And I think what Kevin and staff have to this point prepared really does well, and I think this morning it was the focus seems to be more on what are the exceptions, and to the extent, Mayor, that there are strength in numbers, of which it's us in Bluffton. Mr. Tinky raised an excellent point, and that is they're working with, they're looking at being more broad and perhaps tightening it up at a later time, meaning starting more broad, determining how it works, and then perhaps honing in on where they can, as opposed to the other direction of being hyper-specific, so much change, so much requirement, and then loosening it up later. I think the former, the way that Bluffton is doing it, is the way to go. And I would mind all of you to review, once you review it, these documents are part of the Planning Commission meeting minutes, but the way Bluffton does their residential exception is fairly broad. And we don't need to be Bluffton, I'm not saying that, but if you want to look at how they do it, I would specifically note that to you. And their provision is a wetland delineation shall not be required if the site is less than 5 acres, and there's a certification that there are no wetlands, there's none identified in any of the maps, and that there's no increase in the density of the site. It's essentially something that's an accessory. So those are that's the way they're looking at their exception, which is far more broad than what Planning Commission looked at, which is probably about what our Green Commission looked at, and Council's really going to have to weigh all this. But so far, Mayor, we don't have any concerns. I mean, the Supreme Court said, not the Fed's problem, it's our problem, and we have a right to regulate that.
Okay.
So,
Do y'all have any questions about that? Yes, sir.
How does this look compared to what, I guess it was the Environmental Law Group that initially looked at some of this for us?
Yes, sir.
How does the changes that we've made from the original compare to what the Environmental Law Group suggested we do?
well, I think I just mentioned the primary one, and that is that their residential view of this is more broad than at least what was discussed at Planning Commission and the like.
Right.
And that's, I think, the other parts of it, I think, are relatively similar. I don't think there were really any objections. And note that they did not object to necessarily that part of it. They never said, oh, your residential part is not restrictive enough. That's not what they said. If I'm reading it correct, it was more about buffers.
Correct.
Was their concern, right?
The emphasis was on buffers, it was not the exceptions. Now, if they meant that, I don't know, but that's what
Did they have anything to say about just look at subdivisions versus individual housing units?
So the only thing I can relate to, I'll go back and look at the letter, but what is actually in that ordinance, which they have obviously approved, is what I read to you, that there's no delineation required if the site is less than 5 acres.
Right.
So that's the first standard, and the following conditions are met. There are no previous wetlands or wetland buffers on the property. There are nothing in all the publications and maps that our staff can locate, and that the activity proposed is an accessory to the existing use and doesn't increase the density. So in that set of conditions, at least Bluffton has determined that that's exempt unless it meets that standard. So again, that is a benchmark for all of us trying to search for where the right spot is, both in enforceability and cost of enforcement. That's where they've landed. Doesn't mean we can't be more restrictive than that. That's where they've landed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? I think we know what our homework is for the next month. Thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. Nothing else from the members of the committee? All right. Thank you very much. We will revisit this idea at our next meeting. And I just want to say it's a privilege to be working on something like this, with y'all and with our staff and everything, because I think when you think about, and I know after, an election and all that stuff, you think about what's really going to matter in 10 or 15 years, and I really think resiliency matters are going to, people are going to look back and say, I wish y'all had, and so we're going to keep working on this. Thank y'all. And if there's nothing else before this committee, we stand adjourned. Just in time for transportation.
This is what you make these changes from the same and it's done on behalf of Charleston and themselves, and then they do the ordinance. So when you get this, then they do a market other than too. So this is the thing that's so good. Okay. That we didn't have. I don't know why I never saw that. All right, this will be the most lively meeting of the day. No, am I moving again? Probably not. Am I moving again? No. Okay. Sorry. We got a bunch of citizens here. We got TV cameras here. I know.
Digital today.
I'm looking for most of the although I'm interested in seeing what John Pratt says about that, because he just cares about podcast. Thank you for doing this. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yours too.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a legacy.
Yep.
So I'll always have my analog.
Good job.
That's the most people we've had.
I was about to say. It was a little slim earlier.
You made it. You didn't lose it. Are we after 12? Are we after
1?
Actually, we're late now.
1 minute.
Let me call to order.
The Transportation Committee meeting for this Monday, January 5th. Good to see everybody here. This is the largest crowd we have had all year so far, so kind of expected that. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the December 1st meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, and I'm sure some of you are, please come forward, name, address, in 2.5 minutes, and Mr. DeMoore will let you know when your time is up, and we ask everybody to cooperate so everybody gets a fair shot. Thank you.
Hi, John Kratz, 333 Bennett Street. I'm here on 2 issues. First of all, I know there's going to be a lot of comment about the roundabouts. So I'm maybe one of the few in the room that likes them. It's not that I like them a whole lot better than speed bumps. I wish we had neither, but if we got to have one, I think these roundabouts are a whole lot better than speed bumps. Secondly, just so you know, I drive a Tesla. Full self-driving goes around these little roundabouts, lickety-split, no problem. It slows down, navigates well. Second issue is I want to thank you. You guys are working on the problem with parking too close to Morrison and Pitt. I've seen some paperwork which shows plans to put excellent marking on one side of that intersection, but the other side is marked as existing. The existing is a fading red paint on the vertical side of the curb. It's not working. If you look at the petition I brought you guys, it clearly has a picture of people parking all over that red line and ignoring it. We need something clearer. I don't even think a red line on the top of that curb is going to do it. There is, the plan shows nice on the pavement marking to one side and the other side marking is existing. I think we need that clear pavement marking on both sides, so people will A, not be confused, what's red line, what's yellow line, what does it all mean? And secondly, they'll put parking there so we don't have to give them parking tickets. And I appreciate it again. I think we're making progress on this, and you're going to make that intersection safe. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Lucy Gordon, 1551 Ben Sawyer Boulevard, and I'm here to speak to the problems I see with the roundabouts, the mini roundabouts. I don't think anybody I think it's all a good thing to try to curtail people who speed. My problems with the roundabouts have to do with the problems with safety, that they are creating more safety problems than they're solving, and it's for all drivers, not just the speeders. So people have asked, why not a speed cushion? That's been a lot of people's question, and my understanding is that the speeding level doesn't meet the criteria for a speed hump, and the volume of traffic is too high for a speed hump. On the other hand, the mini roundabouts have no criteria, and I guess I'm questioning, I mean, not in this state anyway, I guess I'm questioning why we would permanently put in something because it has no criteria as a workaround around the criteria that exist. I'm assuming that the criteria that exist is there for a reason. So I have problems with the logic of that. If the mini roundabout did have criteria, would it be lower than a speed hump? I mean, would the traffic volumes aren't getting any lower, so if it was lower than the speed hump, I think it'd still be a problem. The main problems I have, though, are with the safety. There's just not enough room to use it like a roundabout. People, particularly who need, I think they're designed as if everybody's going straight. People who need to turn left have to make a tight left curve and then make a sharp right turn in order to get onto that left-hand street. That's not, if you have a large vehicle, a pickup truck, if you're pulling a trailer, a boat, construction trailers, you know, any kind of trailer, that's, especially if a car is trying to come out of that street, it's just not enough space. The other thing I have is it's confusing about who has the right-of-way. If you're making a normal left turn on a normal intersection, you put on the blinker, you stop, you let oncoming traffic go by, and you turn. In a roundabout, if you're making that left curve, you theoretically, I have the right-of-way, and these people need to stop. Is that correct? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, I have suggestions for solutions. The primary one is increasing law enforcement. I know that has cost money, but how much more would it cost than to build these mini roundabouts? And I like speed humps myself, but I know.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paul Mount, 1481 Center Street Extension. I am also here to speak on the mini roundabouts. And I'll preface by saying that, generally speaking, I like roundabouts. They're great. But these roundabouts, the execution is bad. The sight lines are terrible. You can't see what's going on. I drive a very small car. I still have trouble getting around that thing. There are times where if a vehicle is coming the other direction, their headlights are right in your eyes as you're approaching the roundabout. And, the way these are designed, there's no transition area, so it's hard to tell who is in the roundabout, who is turning out of the roundabout, so right-of-way becomes an issue as well. And I have heard that, well, if you have a larger vehicle like a fire truck or a garbage truck, well, then these roundabouts will work as a speed hump. And my question is, if it's a speed hump for them, why not just make it a speed hump for everybody? Because then nobody's going to complain about a mini roundabout anymore. The last thing I'm going to suggest is that we keep hearing that this is an either-or thing. We either have these mini roundabouts or we have speed humps. I don't think that's correct at all. I mean, you could do things like a mid-block median, which is just a lane shift that will also calm traffic. There are other things that we can do. I think this is a bad solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Woods Flowers, 1529 Old Village Drive, and just a little history. I was the mayor that put in the first circle of death on Rifle Range Road that I was actually in favor of, and it's worked very, very well. But the reason I think it's worked very, very well is because we have a different configuration of the road, and I also have lived off of those roads my entire life. And so I'm probably the only person that has lived off of those roads for 70 years. I lived on Indian Street, on Seminole Street, where my parents bought their first house, bought my first house on Glencoe, bought the house I'm in Old Village Landing, and probably 32 years ago, I guess. So my history there is very deep. My kids walked Center Street to go to Mount Pleasant Academy and go to Moultrie Middle. I walked those things because my parents would have never driven me, no matter if it was pouring rain. So I'm very familiar with what the configuration is. I understand the population, and I understand what the needs are there. I'll also tell you that 8 years ago, my husband went into cardiac arrest at 3:30 in the morning. And I was by myself with him. He was out for 20 minutes, did not have a heartbeat. If it had not been for the Mount Pleasant Police Department, the Mount Pleasant Fire Department, and Charleston County EMS, my husband would have died. They shocked him no less than 3 or 4 times. They were ready to call it. He came back, and he's still alive today, harassing me on a regular basis. Or maybe it might be the opposite thing. So I'm coming to you on 2 fronts. First of all, I don't think that those roads are not wide enough. They're not wide enough for these structures. We have speed humps. We have sidewalks. We have these. The children that walk to school can have sidewalks. They do use sidewalks. And I would say to you that these, unless you're going to put these up at every intersection, please, for God's sakes, I hope that's not your plan, it really does not slow that speed. You may slow it for that short period of time, but they go through there. I watch it every day. They're just going to speed through. What does work is enforcement. And I would say to you that we need enforcement in neighborhoods. We haven't had that in a long time. If you put somebody, and I can tell you, at the First Baptist Church on McCants Drive, you will write a lot of tickets. Sit them there for a couple of days a week, alternate the days, and I can tell you they used to write a lot of tickets right there. And so let's do some enforcement. That's the answer. We already have safe places for our children to walk to get to school and wherever. I don't think we necessarily have to go this route. So, I'm just going to bring it up to you from somebody who's probably, I've lived there since Jesus was a boy, and I probably lived there longer than anybody else. I would challenge anybody in here. No, I'm just kidding. But I appreciate what y'all do. I understand that this is not an easy issue when people want this and want that, but I don't think this is the right answer for any problem that may exist. So, and I've never had a speeding ticket, so I'm not one of those people that's worried about speeding too. So, appreciate y'all. Thanks.
Hey, I'm Robin Sheik, and I live at 712 Vision, which is one of the roads that has that mini roundabout on there. And I'm going to agree with almost everything Cheryl said. I walk my dogs twice a day, and I'm retired. I don't have to walk at the prime time. And I can't tell you how many times I've had to jump out because cars are just zooming through. My neighbor once, she says that she had to jump out like off the sidewalk on McCants because people go through there. It's not working. It's not slowing them down. I mean, sometimes, especially these big monster trucks, they pull up, they slow down for a second, and they're up to 40 miles an hour by the time they get to Seminole or Matioka. And I will say, when I moved to town in '93, I did get a speeding ticket in front of the Boys and Girls Club, and guess who does not speed to this day in the Old Village? So, put some policemen out there. Hi, I'm David Quick, live at North Point subdivision, and would say that Center Street is one of the roads that I traverse the most in the town of Mount Pleasant. In fact, the first home I bought was a townhouse at Covenant Villas that would have had a view of this very roundabout at Center Street. I know why you all put that in. People came to you guys and said there's a speeding problem on Center and McCants. And there is. And you you all try to do something different than speed humps and stop signs, and I applaud you all for trying something different. Now, I think where the flaw is that you all are trying to do it as an experiment or as a just something maybe temporary. So you didn't invest a lot of money in it, and that's understandable too. Let's test it out. So I applaud you for that as well. Thank you. I think maybe that's part of the problem too, is that maybe the design, I don't want to see the footprint of it go much farther, because then that would probably impact some trees. But if we could find a spot where we could do it and plant a tree in the middle of the dang roundabout to keep people from running through the roundabout. I really appreciate what you all have done. A lot of people say put more police officers out there. I tell you what, as soon as the police officer's gone, the speeding will resume. I know human nature. We all know human nature. There is a speeding problem, and in fact, there's a speeding problem on Center Street Extension that we probably need speed humps for, but I hate those. My axle is telling me why I hate those right now. It squeaks like crazy. I guarantee you it's all the speed humps in front of Mount Pleasant Academy. But anyway, I know Eric's about to probably kick me off. But thank you for trying. I hope we can work this out. I think it's working myself, but, you know, I hear a lot of issues with people who have larger vehicles. So thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. Larry Severini, 789 Post Oak Drive, Mount Pleasant. So I'm no means a fan of the, or very few are a fan of this mini roundabout, and obviously no one likes speed bumps. I'd like to ask a question. If you were to improve, permanently put that roundabout in, is it going to be more than one? Because one is completely ineffective, like a few people have commented here. People are speeding until 100 feet before, 200 feet before the roundabout, and then as soon as they're through the roundabout. So I don't know the length of Center Street and McCants, but they're a couple miles long. And all we're addressing is 100, 150 feet into and out of these roundabouts. So am I allowed to ask a question?
No, sir, this is the only comment.
Oh, gotcha. So, but that would be my
You can ask a question, but
you can't answer, sorry. Okay. I don't know the procedure. But, so it would be completely ineffective, you know, a single one. Is it not possible to put more of the electronic solar speed control? Because I know I pay attention to that. It reminds me, we're all doing many things, and, you know, we drift, and suddenly you look down and you're going faster than you're supposed to. But those things remind you. There's only one on each, I think. I think there's one on Center and one on, right? Yeah, so are those cheap? Can we put 5 of those on both streets, Center and McCants, to remind people that they're speeding? And then it's not disruptive. So I don't think it's a great solution. I really don't. So that's my 2 cents.
Good afternoon, Lee Pierce, 701 Vision Road. This is definitely not my thing, getting up in front of people and talking, so I'll see how good I can do. My concern is, I live right next to the one on Center Street. Concern is my daughter. It's just, y'all created a hazard for her on her bicycle riding to school. She is so scared. Like I said, I don't really have too much to say. This is definitely not my thing. I'm kind of very nervous up here, but it's just very concerning. It's just a total hazard. It's just definitely not the right thing, in my opinion. That's all I got to say. Thank y'all.
Hi. Lisa Newsom, 761 Adley, at the corner of Pocahontas and Adley. So the roundabout is, I find that it doesn't slow people down on McCants at all. And when I try to come out on Pocahontas and take a left onto McCants, I cannot see who's coming, and they're coming very quickly. And in order to see who's coming, I have to pull up into where people are using the sidewalks and lanes. And it's interesting, since the roundabout was put in, the sidewalks have been modified to go further back onto Pocahontas. And so in order for me to pull up, I'm over the sidewalk area. So I understand, again, like everyone else here, trying to slow people down. I too got a speeding ticket, 25 years ago on Simmons across from Moultrie. It slowed me down, and that's been 25 years. So thank you for listening, and we hope we can come to a solution. I'm in favor of the like the ticketed box. If you have a sign and could give out tickets. I don't know if that's allowed or not, but so again, I don't think it's slowing me down. And when we come out, my husband can't get his truck around the roundabout, and we have a boat. We can't even get out on as we go out to McCants and try to take a left. It's impossible. We actually have to try to find a different route. We don't want to go that direction. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. Not here to talk about the mini roundabouts, although I did go to Hilton Head this holiday season, and for their radar feedback signs, if you're going under the speed limit or within a threshold, it gives you a smiley face, and if you're going well above it, it gives you a big red frowny face. So I think that's something that we should explore here in Mount Pleasant. But the reason for me coming up today is just to talk about item number 4, and appreciate you guys putting the list together for the upcoming sales tax referendum that the county is doing. I guess my plea to you is to not give up on a flyover at Johnny Dodds and Houston Northcutt. I don't think we're at the point now where we need to make a decision one way or the other. But in my humble opinion, I think the goal has got to be to eliminate that traffic light at Houston Northcutt and also potentially the one at McGrath Darby. And I don't think you do that at an at-grade solution. In some of my talks with our transportation department, they think something similar to the Bowman Road interchange would improve traffic, something to the tune of 40%, and may ultimately actually be cheaper than an at-grade solution. So I don't think we're at the point now where we need to decide on one versus the other, but I do believe we're at the point now where we need to decide where our priorities are, and I think that Houston Northcutt and Johnny Dodds has got to be our number one priority. It serves 70,000 vehicles a day and is really a major choke point for our town. So I'd encourage you to put that at the top of the list, and we can sort out the details later. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
I'm Warren Clare. I live at Tim Pirates Cruise. I've been driving McCants and Center Street for over 45 years. I lived in Europe for 2 years while in the Army and have driven roundabouts up to 7 lanes wide. I've witnessed people stopping at this intersection trying to figure out what to do. Some of them that will turn left don't go a roundabout, they just turn left. I talked to a fireman at the fire station down on McCants. They all told me they were not permitted to comment, but I could tell by their facial expressions how they felt about it. I don't think they like it. I talked to a FedEx driver, a UPS driver, and a tractor-trailer driver who was carrying lumber into the neighborhood. They all do not like the many roundabouts. I think if properly designed, they would work well. But they need a lot of work, and I'm not sure if there's enough room there to properly design the roundabout. The four-way stops that are on McCants and Center Street certainly force people to stop. And I don't know whether that would be another solution for this particular intersection. They should have certainly been designed with a circular insides instead of the rectangles. I've seen I don't know how many cars just run over the corners of those rectangles. Carmel, Indiana has 155 roundabouts. I don't know whether any of them are as small as we need one on these two streets.
but certainly may be worthwhile talking to some of their traffic engineers and see whether they have any of that smog. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you all very much. Move on to item 4, discussion and possible action regarding potential 2026 Charleston County sales tax referendum projects. Just to sort of lay this out for everybody, this would be not a new, well, technically a new transportation sales tax, but you would not see another increase in it. It would renew half cent that everybody's been already paying for 10 years. We did not officially support the last one. It kind of fell on deaf ears, but I'll just tell you, I personally told the powers that be and advocates for that it was a political dud, and that proved to be right countywide. But this will be a different one, and it is our duty as the leaders of this town to put our best foot forward to get our stake of $4.25 billion of infrastructure money. Y'all all know I am no fan generally of referenda or referendums. I'm just not. You get a lot of politics involved. You get groups putting information out. There's campaigning and all that kind of stuff. But we cannot sit beside and leave our town over the next quarter of a century without a shot at $4 billion worth of infrastructure money. If we don't, and if we don't get any, if we choose not to get any, I don't know where it's going to come from. And this includes green space, huge money for green space. So we will have this discussion today, but the council retreat, it will be a bigger item. That's where we hope to have all of council, not just this committee, agree on what our priorities would be. The mayor of Charleston hosted a meeting, when was that, right before Christmas, Councilman? That I asked Mayor Pro Tem Chapman to attend, not only for that reason, but because his background is in this and he has experienced more referenda than all of us combined. And at that meeting, it was decided that Charleston, North Charleston, and Mount Pleasant will inform the county that they originally wanted like a December 1st deadline, and then it was like early January. We're asking them to let everybody wait like until after our council retreat to let them know where we're going, and then after we do that, we've all got to get with them to come up with something that wins for everybody. It's got to win for North Charleston. It's got to win for Charleston. Of course, every municipality in the county, because it's their county too. But as was mentioned earlier when Councilman Brownstein was talking, those 70,000 people a day that go right 2 blocks from us here, those aren't all Mount Pleasant residents. So anyway, that's where we are on this. The only thing we have true control over is what we send to them as our priority. The other things are not within our purview. So that being in mind, let's have this conversation today and realize that this will come back to all of council at the retreat, which is, somebody give me the date, I've got it, 23rd, thank you, at Alhambra Hall. That is, of course, a public meeting. Anytime this council meets, it's a public meeting, and y'all are welcome to come there and comment as well. The many traffic circles are not on that agenda, but this $4 billion of infrastructure will be. So who's taking it from here? Mr. Morrison?
We are, but it's really up to the committee on what they want to do with it. If it's only thing we have reflected here is the last conversation at the Transportation Committee in December, which was to add specifically at US 17, Johnny Dodds and Houston North, that denote that could be an at-grade, high-capacity at-grade intersection or a grade separated.
Right.
And then we also
in layman's terms is a flyover.
An interchange,
right.
Yes, sir. Flyover. And then some additional safety improvements that James talked about for Whipple Road, pulling that into the Long Point corridor.
project and some additional installation of medians, access control on our 5-lane roads. So that's the only change that we've had in this table since then, and like you said, it's really a matter of what will the council decide as a submitted priority list to the county.
Right. And for last year, it was, but I believe, Councilman Chapman, if you'll bring us up to speed, the bridge over the creek on Long Point Road near Boone Hall is being handled otherwise, right?
Yeah, the issue on Long Point Road is there's really two places where the creek itself goes underneath Long Point Road, and it's Boone Hall Creek, and one is near the actual entrance to Boone Hall. The other one is nearer to the back of the 10th hole on Sneath Home, and that's also near Needle Rush Parkway. The issue is that whenever it rains heavy or the hot tides are high, Long Point Road floods, and it's got to be fixed. And we tried to get the county, when they were working on paving on Long Point, to try to do something, but they weren't able to do it without work with DOT. We were glad to get the road paved, but we still don't have the issue resolved for Boone Hall Creek flooding Long Point Road. DOT is working on some bridging capability on one of the locations. We're going to try to convince them to do it on both locations for Boone Hall Creek, but that's just one of the locations for Long Point Road. The other is trying to have a more direct access across the street, across 17 for Long Point Road into the new road that we just opened up. So, and there are some other improvements, but Mayor, public needs to understand that there's really 4 separate issues for this referendum. One is for green space.
Right.
I've heard capacities of over 40% of the money being used for green space. I've also heard, we don't need CARTA. There's some people out there who say, eliminate public transportation part. Well, if you eliminate the public transportation part of this referendum, and if this referendum fails, there will be no public transportation system in Charleston County. It'll be shut down. I can remember a time when it was almost shut down back around 2000 and around 2002. So I don't think we want that. We also have a percentage for bike and pedestrian segment of transportation on this referendum. That was not on the last referendum, nor was it on any previous referendum. It was just 3 things: green space, public transportation, and the road system. I helped work on the legislation that created this half-cent sales tax back in 1998 to 2000. And for those of you who out there, I know there's one other person here who helped work on that, but that was a long time ago. We can do better, and I think this referendum gives us a chance to do better. But I've seen some other issues where some people who are giving their comments say, we don't need green space. We don't need any green space money. We just need to put it all on roads. Well, that's not the case. There are 4 issues on this referendum, and they all 4 are important to Mount Pleasant. They're all 4 important to all of Charleston County.
Thank you. And for those who attended the county's public input session at Wando High School, I see some people out there who were there on December 18th. There were 50 to 60 people there, and green space was a strong component of that. We don't know what percentage of it is going to be green space. I personally and many other people advocate for about 20% of it to be that much. And we certainly want to get our share of that. you know, in just my short period of time of public service, I have seen green space go from sort of a luxury, sort of a nice to have, to people, you know, us all sort of changing our minds that it is part of our resiliency infrastructure and it adds so much to our quality of life. So I hear strong support for that. One other thing from our previous priority list was the Darrell Creek intersection at 17, I believe. Now, has that fallen off the radar? I see it down there as number 5, the realignment, but that is something that could still be on our priority list, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll
Go
come
ahead.
up to you. All right.
One of the things that came up that was interesting for those that see green space and they say, well, we don't need another park. When you realize that Boone Hall, because that was approved, took 1,300 houses out of that area. Can you imagine 1,300? And we ended up with Boone Hall that everybody appreciates. So anytime we can have green space like that, whether it's a Republic tract that might take 1,600 homes off the space, that really does 2 things for us, or multiple things for us. So I think it's important, and I'm a big proponent of the 20, and I could go to 40 on the green space. The transportation, I think it's helpful for Mr. Atton, Mr. Morrison to understand when we see this list of 5, and we know there's a lot of other things that are happening, how does the state, county, town, capital, and operating budgets, how does that fit within this? Because all those have money and we're spending them, and how did, through the town council in the past has prioritized this with y'all's recommendations, how did you recommend these, and where does state, county, town, capital, and operating expenditures fit into the whole picture of transportation, bike and pedestrian, greenbelt, and public transportation? Because there's a lot more money being spent on those things as well.
We might be here a while.
That was a question, man.
You don't have to go into a lot of detail, but really it's more rhetorical in the sense that this is the icing on the cake, but these are the big budget items, if I'm correct in saying it, big budget items that we need to work together as a team on that are beyond the reach that we can normally do. Would that be the best way?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. These
so
are
that's what I want to see. But
I could jump in on just a little bit of that. And as we looked at it last time, this is for the things that basically, as a municipality and one of the lowest taxed municipalities, that we can't do ourselves, that we absolutely cannot do ourselves, right, Mr. Moore? And that having been said, in my mind, I'm sort of adding things up, and I don't see us, there's nothing in this referendum that says Mount Pleasant gets exactly this amount of money. But if you think about it in terms of population and everything, and there's a big push from Charleston and North Charleston to sort of have it done, per capita like that, roughly $1 billion would be spent east of the Cooper of this. So I don't think we're near that. And I just want to make sure as we look towards our retreat and everything that we're not selling ourselves short on this. I tell people this all the time, outside of here, because we all know this, but remember that in Mount Pleasant, land for attainable housing and green space purchases cost more than just about anywhere else except on the peninsula or maybe Kiowa Island or somewhere like that. So our expense, for dirt, even for roads, is higher than in other places. So we've got that to keep in consideration. But Ms. Whitaker, you asked for
along those same lines of what you and Councilmember Tinky were just saying, to me, part of what we're doing here is also helping the public in Mount Pleasant have something that they want to vote for. If we're encouraging them to vote for the referendum, let's just say we are. I understand we haven't decided that yet. But this is the list of projects that they're going to be voting for. And so to that end, I would prefer to have, maybe even as number 2, a land acquisition for green space priority on this list rather than just the road projects. Right. So, and further to that, if we want to call out the Republic tract, and I don't know if we do or we don't, I understand that we have lots of different funding models and we can figure out how to do what we want to do. But that's a project I feel like our public would be all for. So if we're trying to come up with a priority list that makes our residents, excited to support this, something like that needs to be on this list.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything except for roads on the list so far.
Right. This and kind of just because this was the transportation committee, but when we go to council, we want all of that on there, green space and everything. And another thing is in these little meetings they have with one or two people, you cannot say over the next 25 years what the green space acquisition opportunities will be.
Right.
You just have to have those funds, and you have to have them when you need them, because just like with the Republic tract, it comes into play, and if you don't have the money, you're just hoping for a good outcome. So it's impossible to say this tract, that tract. Much less, I think our attorney would probably have a fit if we published a list of private property we're targeting, for government ownership. I mean, it's just not done that way. But yes, that would be on there. And I still hold out, if there's 200 million, to get us to $1 billion, that we can talk to the Department of Revenue in Columbia and get some help, because I don't view this as just transportation. This is infrastructure, and this is resilience, and undergrounding power lines is part of that. And I know that if you were just to read it right now, I think Mr. Pagliarini would agree, probably does not qualify in the way it's interpreted, because it's not connected to transportation and that type thing. But I think if you're looking forward 25 years, this is your chance. I mean, what is the battery extension in Charleston? That's a resiliency infrastructure, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess it's transportation in that people walk on it or ride bikes on it, but it's basically for the purpose of resiliency. And I support that. If you're a reporter in the room, I'm not calling that out and saying it shouldn't be. I'm saying it should be. And I'm saying that I think some portion of this for our share of helping underground power lines ought to be, because this is really the only big shot we would get to do that. So let me ask the committee members what we want. The green space, we've identified really 3 or 4 big road projects, and also the pedestrian and bikeway. I think that would all be Mount Pleasant Way related, not exclusively, but that would be a very big chunk of that. What have we not at least scratched the surface on to bring to the table for the council retreat at the end of this month?
I think we've got a lot here that would put a pretty sizable dent in our transportation problems. I think it's important that maybe some of the specifics get played out instead of just ped and bike, maybe specific locations where we need the improvement. And some of those are already on here.
Right.
But I think from a standpoint of us looking at this as a project as a whole, to 4 specific types of funding, we need to address all 4 in whatever plan we send to county council.
Mr. Chapman, where would you prioritize or put CARTA? You've spent a good portion of your life working on CARTA. There's going to be people coming back and forth from the new Magnolia development and these other developments where it's going to be growing, where there'll be large population groups up and down 17 that perhaps could utilize that going back and forth. Where would you put money or a priority on some of the CARTA funds?
Well, I think before we start saying which street the CARTA bus is going to be on, we need to talk about the importance of CARTA serving the business community.
Right.
All of our business community, as well as the schools.
Right.
CARTA has the ability to have free transportation to Wando High School. That's something that is critical. And I think we need to say a percentage for CARTA out of what Mount Pleasant has. And I think with our 2 representatives on the CARTA board, we can find out what the percentage of routes in CARTA are in Mount Pleasant. and maybe say something about that percentage as far as it relates to our road improvements, as far as it relates to our pedestrian and bicycle, as well as the green space. We need to make a suggestion. What is the percentage versus roads? Because I know county council is having these meetings and they're hearing. Cardiff is critical to the business community, whether it's Mount Pleasant, whether it's North Charleston, whether it's Charleston. And we need to get our share of that to have available public transportation for our businesses and our schools. Anybody that goes to watch what traffic is to the schools here, because parents don't realize the CARTA is available. It's available to most of our schools here in Mount Pleasant, and we need it available to more of them.
Mr. Chapman, that's excellent. What I would add to that, with the number of hospitals opening in Mount Pleasant, and with the majority of the workers not living in Mount Pleasant, I think for everybody's safety standpoint, it's really important to have that public transportation coming for the workers in these hospitals. They come back and forth and getting people back and forth. So it's a safety issue as well.
Mr. Morrison, a few years ago when we had that mobility action plan study done, in a layman like me, a traffic survey, a traffic management study plan. I know that I see the intersection improvements and all on there. Could we make sure when we go to the council retreat that the big things on there that would help, and I remember, the heat maps of where the accidents are and the priority, they might all be on here, but let's just make sure that we have kind of circled back to that. That's a few years old now, but some of those I think would be good. And I think from your standpoint too, Ms. Whitaker, that the public needs to see that this is a list they can get behind and support. And the big intersections I get, but the other ones that are problematic along the way, if there's no reason not to put them on here, let's do it.
We can certainly do that. And to your point, this was a process that was well vetted in the public information gathering, and went through a pretty extensive process there and at council, committee and council. So, it's like Mr. Chapman says, we have a lot of good stuff here. We can certainly pull some of the things that are not these obvious big ticket items to remind everybody of these other types of projects. Like, for instance, Mr. Chapman's point, there might be other bike ped that are not Mount Pleasant Way, but they're significant. So we want to go ahead and point those out. So yes, sir, we can prepare it that way.
Yes.
One other question. I know that the county has their survey where they've asked people, residents of the county, to respond to. Do we have any feedback or data from them on if anything from Mount Pleasant or about Mount Pleasant has been submitted on that survey? Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. And the meeting at Wando a week before Christmas and all, but it was well attended. Yeah. But there was also, and I've been telling them this from the very first meeting, the very first time they asked, and this goes back months, is that a satisfactory resolution on Highway 41 and some progress on that. We'll play big at the polls this next November, so don't, this is a different list. We got to keep that in mind. But the resolution of that and seeing that the county acknowledges that was important to the voters as well will go a long way. So we will not abandon that conversation.
Yeah. March is when we anticipate county staff to present to the county council the findings of their public information meetings.
Thank you.
All right. So, and committee members, if there's more thoughts or whatever, share them with staff to help ramp us up for the council retreat. All right, I think that's it on that. Let's get to the topic of the day. Item number 5, review of traffic data regarding the new mini roundabouts. One question, Mr. Morrison, I want to ask just to sort of set the stage on this. Has this putting them there? We all knew they were an experiment and they were temporary. That's why we didn't just go build them there. I've driven them. I've been there. I've watched them. I've even visited, with a homeowner nearby just to hear about them. And I understand that there are issues and all that. But you said something very important. The one reason we did these was because people were coming saying if we didn't do something, something bad was going to happen. Has there been any accidents? Have there been any accidents at these yet?
Besides the center sign being hit and the police report was not filed for that, that is the only accident that's been known by staff.
Okay. Apparently it is having one desired effect, and that's slowing people down. I hear that. So now the rest is data. And would you once again tell us why we had to go with this option, why it wasn't a four-way stop and it wasn't a speed cushion?
Because of these are DOT roads, and their criteria for application of speed humps has a maximum volume that these roads exceed. So that's the reason that it really isn't a matter of the speed on the roadway. You have to meet their criteria for that, which is five above. But it's really the volume that kicks it out as far as eligible for speed humps.
I just wanted everybody to know that we didn't just say, hey, let's throw these out there. We're down to just a few options.
Right.
And I commend staff for recommending this because we have to go with the options. There's a saying, people know what choice you made, but they didn't know what options you had.
Right.
And we were down to we couldn't just do a speed hump. We couldn't just throw a four-way four-way stop there.
Right.
So that's how these decisions were made. Now, the rest is what does the data show, and is there a way to improve on them? So I'll just ask y'all to take it from there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and committee members, happy to elaborate on that. And I had planned to go over the how we got here portion of that, and I will expound upon that a little more. So, of course, back in November of 2024, Transportation Committee directed staff to investigate a more holistic traffic calming investigation into the Old Village and Old Mount Pleasant area. If you recall, I believe it was in 2021 that traffic calming applications were suspended and were not eligible through the traffic calming program, directed by Transportation Committee at the time, and that was because we were receiving so many applications and it was piecemealed, and so we took a pause button on that. It was also the same time that we implemented our pilot program for our radar feedback signs. So one important thing to note from the findings of the radar feedback sign is that those are really only effective at the entrances to neighborhoods. Internal into residential areas, they have little to no effect. The effect at the entrance from a high-speed roadway was about 3 mile-an-hour reduction.
And let me interrupt. Am I correct that in South Carolina there is no enforcement allowed by cameras or at intersections or anything like that, right?
Yes, sir. There's no automated enforcement allowed in the state.
Of any form?
Correct. Yes, sir. So upon the completion of that study, of course, there were some of those radar feedback signs installed internally along McCants and along Center Street. Again, to reiterate, they did not have the desired effect or any effect at reducing speeds except for at the entrance coming from Ben Sawyer or Coleman. So moving on from that point, again in November 2024, as part of a smaller discussion about installing a radar feedback sign at the Erkman Drive entrance into the Old Village, Old Mount Pleasant area, that was when staff was directed to expand that investigation into Center Street and McCants, where a lot of public feedback was we aren't able to apply for traffic calming. We still see some speeding concerns and issues, and so that's when staff met with DOT over several month period and vetted all of the above mentioned traffic calming implementations. The volume threshold was too high for speed humps. Always stops are not a traffic calming method, although they are in the DOT's traffic calming guidelines. They also come with their own set of threshold criteria for volumes, which subsequently are not met at any of the intersections along these areas that don't already have always stops. And then additional items such as medians or chicanes or things like that are just not feasible in these areas given the amount of driveways that are located immediately adjacent to the intersections. You'd be restricting access to residents' homes by the implementation of items like that. Police enforcement, while a tool in the toolbox, is not something that is able to be done consistently. Obviously, with the priority of things in town, we can't afford or allocate resources to have a 24/7 enforcement. and when they're there, it works. When they're not, people, again, human nature. And so that's where the idea of these traffic calming mini bouts came into play. They are a tool, an existing tool within SCDOT's traffic calming guidelines. And so as part of those conversations with DOT, which were then brought forth back to the committee for the blessing to move forward with the pilot program, those were installed. So that's really the background as to how we ended up with choosing this type of traffic calming measure and why these other ones aren't really eligible or aren't effective means. So if you don't have any questions on that, I'll move forward into sort of more of the details of before and after study.
Just a quick question. Would we have put these in if they inhibited emergency response time?
No, sir. No, sir. We, just like speed cushions and speed humps, we've moved from a speed cushion to a speed hump in order to reduce the amount of time, allow them to sort of straddle the gaps in those humps. It was a directive by Transportation Committee back in 2022, I believe, to move from that. We had worked with our police department and with our fire department to make sure that the way that these were designed with that mountable center median, that while there was a reduction in speed at the intersection, it would not hinder the response times for those vehicles.
Thank you.
So again, a little more background. You'll see a photo here in the top right of this is the implementation of one of those mini roundabouts. Again, the intent of this was a pilot program to invest. I think we costed out the estimated installation, and the design was around $70,000 to design 2 roundabouts, and the installation was about $150,000 a piece to install. So what staff did, and has been done on DOT roadways in other locations for pilot projects, is we used signage and striping and a little bit of asphalt and a traffic rated mat in the center to develop essentially the operations of a mini roundabout, and those were installed at the 2 locations mentioned here. In addition to that, we looked at 2 other locations for radius reduction. This was simply utilizing striping and raised pavement markers to tighten up an intersection where folks may be making left or right turns faster than they would otherwise if we visually shrunk the intersection. And then, important and not to forget, we also improved 15 existing crosswalk locations with SCDOT standard crosswalks. These were, again, mainly in and around schools, so we improved the pedestrian visibility and safety as part of that. So the findings of the report, as far as doing a true before and after study, we looked at not only the speeds along McCants and Center Street where these devices were implemented, we looked at the cross streets because we wanted to be able to determine, are people avoiding these? Are we now adding additional traffic volume to other residential streets? No measurable effect was found as part of that. People are still utilizing these main thoroughfares. Most vehicles navigate the roundabout correctly. Of course, I'm sure you've seen videos. There are folks that don't, and that's where enforcement and education come into play. And then no measurable effect on speeds away from the devices. Again, I want to be clear that these were stop-controlled intersections, side street stop-controlled intersections. There was no impedance on McCants or Center Street. So those speeds previous to the installation of this were significantly reduced at the intersection, which was, again, one of the main goals of the program. The 85th percentile speed, again, indicated good compliance with both roadways having an average of less than 30 miles an hour. We did have, as a component of this, a public input component where we placed signs out at both intersections that had a QR code that took you to the website. As part of that, we received over 30 emails, both in favor and against, and questioning and seeking additional information. Most of that feedback was critical. Some of that critical feedback was related to aesthetics of an ultimate design that would be solved as part of an ultimate and permanent design. And about 30% to 35% of that was in favor of these, and you've heard sort of that percentage breakout in the public comment today. So as part of that, there are some recommendations that staff has. We're happy to continue to observe speeds and do a broader swath of data collection. We took the counts of before and after data about 2 weeks after the final installation was complete.
And so, again, to get a better idea of what the effects are, we can certainly look at a broader swath of data. And then one of the things that we also recommend as part of a permanent design, if that's the route that the committee wishes to go, is, again, retaining the radius curb reduction and the pedestrian crosswalk markings. But if a final design is pursued, we will look at essentially widening the roadway on the four corners to a small extent to prevent some of the potholing that has occurred as part of runoff, sort of off-tracking of the roadway. And these are the breakdowns of the cost that I mentioned before, about $150,000 per intersection to construct. DOT's safety office in Columbia is very interested in this. We, albeit, are the first in the state to pursue a mini roundabout implementation in a residential area. And so there may be some cost-sharing opportunities with the DOT to both for design and implementation, as they have expressed an interest in utilizing this as a case study for the rest of the state, essentially. And so that's really the background, how we got here, what's happened since. The data, again, clearly shows a reduction at the intersection of speeding, and happy to answer any questions you
Just
may
for
have.
clarity, up top, collect additional vehicular speed, 90 days from implementation. What was actual implementation date?
I would have to confirm that. I think it was in October of this year. Early October was when they were installed. And of course, between the holidays, we had a quick window to collect essentially a day's worth of data. So it really wasn't, while it probably is indicative, it was a weekday data collection, indicative of the trends that you'll see. A broader swath of data always helps to sort of reaffirm what we've observed in the field and what the speed reduction is.
So we're not technically we don't really have 90 days of good data yet, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes, Chap.
Mr. Aton, could you go back to what I think would be that picture right there? Excuse me, the retain reduced curve radius. Can you show on this drawing which curves you're talking about, or whether you're talking about the circle itself?
So as part of the implementation, there was really three components. If you look back, there was the mini roundabouts, there was the radius reduction locations at McCants and Farigo, and actually Center Street and Barber's on hold due to the Ben Sawyer Kincaid drainage impacts. And then there's the new crosswalk. So staff's recommendation is to maintain and keep the bottom two here, the radius reduction and the new crosswalks, and a final design of the mini roundabout could look something like the photo shown in this slide.
That's why I wanted to see that at the end. So can you, and I think I know the answer, but maybe for the public's understanding, point out where the curve radius reduction you're talking about is.
Yes, sir. So the two locations that we did those were at McCants and Farigo. So essentially, in this photo that you see here, picture the implementation of the striping, but not the actual center median component, or that lane, which is about 12 feet, especially at the intersections where you have a lot more asphalt in the radius. We visually reduce those and set those parameters with pavement markings. That way, folks are slowing down, at least when they're making those turning maneuvers, which was what we had heard from residents.
Mr. Chapman, in the memo that we sent out last week, Figure 3 shows a picture of that. We do not have a picture of the radius reduction here because this is the roundabout, but it's essentially striping to make sure it tightens up the turn for the driver.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm getting at is we had some comments about people couldn't make the turns around the center of the roundabout.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was checking to see what that issue was. I certainly understand curve radius, the ability for tractor trailer and all kinds of vehicles to turn around. But you might speak to that a little bit.
I think that it's a good point. On the roundabout, we were somewhat limited in what we were able to do as far as implementing without spending, $150,000. So what you see is what we came up with, and the center median is intended to be mountable. What I suspect probably happens is a lot of people say, I'm not supposed to touch that, and therefore they're swinging wider and not utilizing that. So this was a pilot project. It's really to get a sense of broadly, are we having an effect? Obviously, we're having an effect at the intersection. You know, you're going to have an effect within probably 200-300 feet. People are going to start slowing down. So you're going to have a speed reduction at that location. In a final design, and we've provided you with some of those in that memo also, this would be designed to a higher standard than what we have here. We would actually, you don't even have to have anything in the center. You could just have it completely mountable. You could have it just striped if you wanted to, so that people could use that area. So we have a lot of flexibility in the final design. This is just the best implementation we could do, but certainly, to your point, we would want to make sure we're accommodating all the turns for the design vehicle, which is probably going to be either a bus or a semi-tractor trailer that can use the mountable median.
Thank you.
Would you go back that picture there? So I'm looking at the circle in the middle, but what I'm envisioning to be mountable, right, so that your wheels can go over it or something like that, sort of looks more like what I see where the sidewalk is, where the corners are outside, right? I mean, sort of a flat surface. It looks like there's a little curb on there, but I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. I think as part of any ultimate design, of course, that center median would be mountable, whether there's landscaping component in there or not, but the outside radius portions would also be widened. The striping would still hold, your single occupancy vehicles into the 11-12 foot lane, but should a larger vehicle wish to avoid mounting that center median, there would be that additional asphalt on the outside to accommodate those turning movements.
Okay. And did I hear you right, Mr. Marson? You could actually do this with just paint?
Yes,
right?
sir.
With nothing in the circle.
There's a pluses and minuses to that because someone could obviously go straight through if they wanted to without slowing down. Of course, that's the intent, but you could do it with just that or just the mountable portion.
But given that we can't make it a four-way stop and we can't put a speed hump there, people are going through it. If you took everything out and reverted it to what it was, people would be going straight through there anyway, right?
At higher speeds, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. At higher speeds. Mm-hmm. I think we got a lot to think about. What's the preference of the committee?
Mayor, I think the roundabout is a known, understandable traffic calming measure. We were doing a test. We were doing it on the cheap, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to continue getting the 90-day test done in terms of the significance of what we're doing. But the importance of having this that is visible from a distance by maybe having landscaping there, by having a mountable curb in the center island, and then the radius reductions on the edges is certainly worth the money if we're going to be saving some people's lives, especially children going to school.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I agree with Mr. Chapman. I also just want to add that a couple of the emails that we received were about the signage coming into it in terms of, I guess that's what was knocked down that was already replaced. So again, just great job with the staff for being on top of those kinds of things too when they come up. I do think that signage is going to be important to the point about some people stopping just because they don't know how to treat it, until they get used to it. And so we just encourage, continuing kind of monitor of all that as well.
Well, having lived in the Old Village for 43 years, we have three already, but we don't think of them as that way. One's on McCants, down as you're going to from Pitt Street down the curve to McCants, going to Alhambra. There's a tree right in the center, and so people go around that. We have it on Middle, right in between the play yard, the Alhambra Park on either side, and we have one on Live Oak. So we have three already. They're not called roundabouts, but they're traffic calming. So we know that those work, because you can see how it's the tree on McCants is damaged almost because it's been hit enough times, or Live Oak has too. But anyhow, it does calm people down. So I think there are real issues that people have seen, and so we need to see how a lot of people are not mounting the areas, but we also need to see the areas around it. Is there a way where you're having the potholes and whatever to sort of increase that perimeter area where people can try to drive around it? Because having driven it myself and tried to go around it and to the left, it wasn't abundantly easy. And so I think if I had felt like I could have gone around and had a more mountable surface on the right to go around, it would have been easier too. So I think there's some more study needs to be done. And I noted that you felt like there need to be speed guns out there too. And so I think to get the speed guns in your next 30 days or whatever to see if it's calming down the speed, that would be great as well.
Have we given you enough to work with?
Yes, sir. We're going to collect the 90-day data. We'll do some spot speed studies at near the devices, not right on top of it, but near as it approaches, and look at some of these maintenance issues that we're talking about.
Is it feasible for our next meeting if we were to be able to get a look at? We see what it looks like if you put a tree there, and an oak tree there would be a very Mount Pleasant-y thing and consistent with the neighborhood. But if we didn't, if we just went with paint there, I don't know the name of it, but I've talked to you about these things I've seen where in France they take a intersection like that and they put this squiggly paint, and there's nothing there to stop you or anything, but just visually when you approach it, you go, I better slow down here. There's nothing for people to run over. There's nothing to slow down trucks or anything other than as you approach it, you go, there's something here and I better slow down. I'm not talking about that, but if you put a center circle in there or what that might look like to give us an alternative, because from what I'm hearing, what I gather in my own experience with these, it is not a permanent design as it is, and there is some awkwardness to it. So the sooner we can see what the alternatives might be, because first and foremost, we are trying to accomplish safety. And if we haven't compromised that, despite some of the impressions, if there's no evidence of increased accidents and nobody's been injured there, it's accomplishing something. The thing I want to see, though, is if it's only slowing it down right at that intersection, is it worth it for the rest of the street? That's the question I'm going to come at next month.
Well, some additional data might help answer that question, and we can look at different treatment types for the islands portion, if I understand that's what you're asking about.
Yes.
And there will be required signage. You won't get away from that with the DOT road, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a mountable median. So we can develop some go-bys for that.
I'd also look at as one of the gentlemen said, I'd look at the unintended consequence of the sidewalks and children and pedestrian. So as we're doing these things, what's happening to the sidewalks relative to those children? So now I think that's really a critical area as well.
If you look at this, potential design, that looks good, that looks safe. Yeah. But the question is, would we need to redo the sidewalks there to achieve the safety? All right. So let's we know what we're going to do for next month. All right. Thank you. Item 6 is review and request to enhance safety to improve visibility at Pitt Street and Morrison Drive.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. So we received and were forwarded a petition within this area to investigate additional pavement marking, signage, or other improvements that may be needed to avoid some of the parking concerns, as you see in this aerial image here, where folks are parking too close to the intersection. Of course, the town has an existing ordinance that requires a minimum of 30 feet, irregardless of signs or pavement markings. But given the commercial nature of this area and existing pavement markings, it was staff's recommendation to propose an additional pavement marking X in this sort of bottom right corner of the image. One of the constraints on this corner compared to others and why red pavement markings weren't proposed, at least initially, as part of this implementation. It is actually not a stand-up curb. It's a patchwork of asphalt in a very unique drop-off area from the sidewalk to the roadway. But again, in conversations with Mr. Tinkey, I think it's something that we can investigate in addition to this marking and installing a 4-inch red line like you see on other parts of the area. But happy again to answer any questions you may have on this or other recommendations.
Sure.
Since when did red become no parking in South Carolina based on the MUTCD?
So I think the most recent version of the MUTCD, which is the 2024 version, red delineates a no parking area, as does yellow in some instances. And given that there's already a yellow marking on the east or west side of this intersection at that driveway, there's a driver expectancy and consistency within the area to utilize that as a way to delineate areas that are not eligible for parking.
I love how you guys in the business have your own language. MUTCD.
My only comment is by having two different colors, it's confusing. It's confusing to the public. You need to have, I would suggest yellow, period. And if you're going to do a cross box like that, that's a way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
More guidance than simply doing it on the curb.
Yes, sir. We can certainly look at maybe changing out the existing cross marking and the proposed with a red pavement marking to the west of this and along Church and Venning and Pitt. Other sections around the commercial area, there are existing red pavement markings delineating areas that parking is not allowed in. So if we move, I agree, consistency in color will help not only the driver but our police to know areas of enforcement. So we can certainly look at that.
Could I ask Officer Carter, if you're directing your transportation or your staff out to give tickets, what indicates to you between the yellow and the red or the markings that this is one that should be getting a ticket and shouldn't? Because I do agree with Mr. Chapman. I may disagree on the color, but I do think that I would agree for all three of us that it needs to be consistent. It shouldn't be yellow in one place. It says that, well, it's a suggestion, it's caution, or red in another. It should be either all yellow or all red, at least from my perspective. But for enforcement, what do you look at, and what would indicate that if someone is parking there, if they're on yellow or on their red, was it interchangeable, or what would you be doing?
Yes, sir. We're allowed to use both under the DMV and the SC code laws, that we can use both colors. So we can do from either one of those. And most of those areas, it's distance from the intersection, so we've even been measuring it just for purposes on it. The squares help to delineate that for the driver to see that distance from it, because people are bad at estimating speed. But majority of ours, because of the sideline, is being within 30 feet of the intersection.
So it's 30 feet or 25 feet?
I think it's 45.
And it doesn't matter whether it's town or state?
I do not believe that it matters whether it's town or state. The town ordinance covers both, anything that's within the municipality. So,
Okay.
25 feet from the intersection is what that delineates.
It just can't be 32 because it's over the 30 or over the 25, right?
I think the 25 feet is within an intersection. There is, I think, a separate 30 feet from a stop sign. So that's where there's a difference in state law.
All right. Does that satisfactorily resolve that issue? Do you need a action of this or recommendation from this committee? No?
I do not think so, no, sir.
So summarize what's going to happen.
Yes, sir. So we're going to go back and change the color of the existing X marking on the left of this photo, propose a new red X and a new red 4-inch line on the back of edge of sidewalk on the east side of the intersection to be consistent, red across the board, and where no parking is allowed.
So the one on the left, where it says existing, that's going to be repainted.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to be red both on the X as well as on the the curb on the top of the curb on the side, and it would be the X on the other. And the reason why you wouldn't have an X on either side is because this does not have a curb on the right side. That would be the reasoning.
Yes, sir. And so when Pitt Street was originally resurfaced, the driveway was specifically delineated as a no parking area, as an extra layer of no parking due to ingress-egress concerns of the resident at that location. And with the curb having the ability to mark both the top and side, or top and face of that curb, why we chose the X on the east side of the intersection is because technically there is no curb to do that same sort of application. So doing both really reemphasizes the area that's not allowed to be parked in.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for addressing that. Item 7, discussion and possible action regarding the naming of an internal roadway at Rifle Range Park. Who is Mr. Marson?
I can, sir, but I know that Brad's prepared to discuss the matter.
All right. I just wasn't sure. Go ahead.
This item is supposed to be speaking to the internal roadway for Rifle Range Park, whatever the Gary Santos Park is going to be named. So it's the internal roadway that circulates from the existing Bon Ed Key through the park and back out. So we just, typically this process starts with maybe the committee or council suggesting some names. Eventually it has to go to the planning commission to be officially approved.
And that's by law. Right?
And that's by law, yes, sir. So what we're looking for here is suggestions for the naming of that roadway.
Okay. I would like to posit the idea that be named for former Mayor Linda Page. And, she was my predecessor, and it's been 8 years, and we've been waiting for an opportunity. And in my estimation, I think this is the opportunity for that, and would look to the committee for a motion to that regard.
I move that the internal roadway in the Rifle Range Park be named for former Mayor Linda Page.
Oh, I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? Nope. Okay. I didn't know if you were asking for the floor or if you were just smiling.
Nope, sorry.
All right.
Just smiling.
All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. The motion carries, and well deserved. That will go to council next Tuesday or straight to the commission?
Council, sir.
Council.
Yes, sir.
For next Tuesday. All right. Number 8, discussion and possible action of an ordinance authorizing and approving a grant of excess right-of-way at the 526 and Hungry Neck Boulevard interchange.
So when we did this project over 15 years ago now, the design starting on it, we had to acquire a good portion of the corner properties. And at some point during the right-of-way acquisition process and the transfer of the documents to the DOT, they do not have record that we do not have record that this was transferred. And by our IGA for that project, our intergovernmental agreement says anything that the town acquired for that state roadway has to be given back to the DOT. So really, this is just, David can go into if we need to. It's a cleanup for you to authorize that property be conveyed, because only council can convey property, and it's currently in our name, and it's supposed to be in the department's name. So that's what this question is.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right.
I'll second. What was the question?
Is part of this where the seeing if I'm oriented right? I think we're north-south here. Where the Dunkin' Donuts was?
I like how you focused on the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
The Exxon Dunkin' Donuts, but I always call it Dunkin' Donuts. Yes, sir.
I didn't stop there for gas. I stopped there.
But yes, sir, that's the parcel, and most people don't realize that the parcel behind it is also large. Most of it's wet.
Okay. Interesting. I know we have to do this, but I mean, is it likely that DOT would go in there and clear cut all that or anything like that? Can we put any conditions on it?
We're required to transfer it, sir, to DOT.
I know.
And I can't imagine that
we could put any conditions.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. It is part of the IGA. Just for background, council in 2013 approved this, and We suspect.
It's just never been
We
conveyed.
suspect that the deed somehow in the DOT machinery got lost.
Okay.
So we're doing it again. But to answer your relevant question, we cannot. Now, DOT does have a significant process that they go through for excess land. As Brad said, the rear portion is mostly wet. And as part of the acquisition, we, the town, because of the funding through the SIB at that point, bought the entirety of it under DOT direction simply because the access is no longer suitable. So I think there is a legitimate question as to whether there is any suitable access to develop this into anything significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But we have to do it.
Unfortunately, my problem is DOT does have a process where they get rid of extra property
Right.
to make money, and I would be very concerned that property be sent to them, and then they in turn
Put it on the
put
market.
on the market. So, obviously, I was concerned when we were giving this up. So, but if we gotta do it, we gotta do it.
Right.
I got you.
I don't believe that,
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes, sir.
I was going to say, it's unlikely that they would surplus, sell this as surplus just because in their long-range plan, they have to widen 526, and this is where it terminates, so I don't think they're going to do that. We actually had a consideration because of the limited access and the way you could configure it only for buses was for a park and ride at this location too. So I think there's some things that would prohibit them really from thinking about selling it.
Yeah, I wouldn't like it for a parking lot.
We don't want to see them anywhere. Self-storage. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We are way late. Update on ongoing project. I know this can get long. Are there any real bellwethers on this?
No, sir.
Not that they're not important, but this late into it.
Billy Swales is on the street,
Right.
and February 13 is the day we should get our bids. That's kind of the big one right now.
On Billy Swales. Okay.
And then I guess the only other thing worth mentioning is the Mount Pleasant Way sections along Mathis Ferry that were awarded last year will begin construction in early February.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Anything else? If there is nothing further for this committee, we stand adjourned.